things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your rent. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay low.
drift. Next to me, come on.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't focus. could set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire, fire.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, lots of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective.
Both XLG and DRG come in today already qualified to Masters London, but there is still a lot on the line. Not just for the glory of winning, but also a bye. That berth into the playoffs at stake. So you join myself, Charlotte, and Zobi here for the lower bracket final of Stage 1 here in VCT China. Welcome back to Project Horizon. And yes, this promises to be a banger between our two Ascension teams in this region, one of which is going to the grand final to face EDG, Zobi.
Absolutely, and it is a full circle moment as well, right? They kicked off their stage in week 1 up against each other, and now they're facing each other once again, possibly to end off, or at least 100% to end off their stage for one of these teams. And like you mentioned, that lower bracket final in Beijing. I feel like these two teams have had vastly different results as well for this season so far. Charlotte, like you mentioned, both of them earning their spot in Masters London, but DRG denied that opportunity to show up, continue what they left off in previous season, right? And I feel like they've also had an interesting relationship with their international representations. So I want to see them back there, and I'm excited to see them back there. But they've also had a bumpy group stage, a bumpy playoffs, making that lower bracket run versus the flip side. She-Like Gaming have had an exceptional run thus far, really only getting bested by EDG the majority of the stage. And there's that roster shot to kick us off for She-Like Gaming, right? Happyway, Lysor, Leo, No Man, and Rarga.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that really know what they are doing, and you look at their opposition, obviously DRG, again, looking at this squad, Vukashu, Life, coming over from FPX, Nick, Spiritsy1, and Flexin as well. Two rosters with a lot of firepower and a lot of star power as well. These two teams have historically been near the top of this region, at the very least for the past year.
100%, and I do think for She-Like Gaming, I'm excited, and I want to see Akhman back in the server, whether it's with this team or another team. But Nick has been that kind of stability, that glue element I think this team has really needed around, right, the firepower of the double duelists that Rarga and No Man have been putting forward. But on that flip side, for DRG, I meant, sorry, the double duelist has been priming them for, and I do feel like for DRG, for Vukashu, the best individual player you can look at, right? Like, even when they're losing so much in the hole, like, this player is delivering results. And I feel like DRG have more, I think, been defined by their duelists. I feel like they have, like, higher power, like firepower, right, potential than She-Like Gaming, but they just haven't really hit that overlap of both players being at their peak. And I feel like that's been the issue, has been Spiritsy1, has been, I feel like, Life finding that consistency alongside each other, right? Versus She-Like Gaming, I feel like they've been kind of consistent. I feel like No Man's wavered a little bit, but No Man's also then been that clutch factor when they are starting to lose, when the pressure, the heat is turned up.
Yeah, consistency, I think, has been a real overarching storyline for Dragon Ranger Gaming, not just in this stage, but it feels like their entire stint in VCT China overall. Obviously, the roster has had a few shifts, you know, T-Virus Luke coming in and out as well, those sorts of players, but for the majority, you know, a core of this team has stayed consistent, but the performances have really been up and down across their time, and you know, sometimes that's out of their control. You look at Champions Paris, where Vukashu couldn't attend. They had to play with Demon 1. And again, their level dropped. Not to say anything bad about Demon 1, but obviously he's not used to playing in that DRG system. And it's a team that has really struggled. I mean, you know, XLG as well have had their fair share of roster issues at internationals, but it does feel like this is a lot more of an issue for DRG over the years, but they are in a peak right now.
Yep, they have definitely dialed and they have focused in Charlotte. I think that's where we've seen this kind of uptick back of the statistics, of the performance, of the results for them. And I think we talked about this a lot, right? It is a best of 5 today. And both of these teams have ill history with Fracture right now. And we expect maybe that one to be banned off by whoever's first. And the second one's just up in the air of like, okay, you have a win on one or no rap on the other or a loss on the other. And it's clear which one they would ban. So it's more of who's going to be playing chicken in terms of who gets the advantage then in this best of 5. But we kind of highlighted this, didn't we? Happy Way, despite being on the Viper and the Cypher, right, has been putting up like duelist level numbers, right? Has been like the second best player in the stage across multiple categories in ACS and KDA, rivaling that of even Kong Kong. And I feel like him versus Vukushu is going to be so enjoyable to watch. Even if they may be on opposite sides of the server in terms of their lurks, in terms of their timings, I really want to see them maybe try to play clutch against each other because I think that's going to be a big difference maker. And again, what kind of form the duelists are in the server today.
Yeah, and obviously, that's Vikashi, so you get to see a look at his statistics as well. Also performing like you're mentioning here, but I mean, for the matchup overall, we mentioned about the maybe not seeing Fracture, about these bans. Obviously, it's important to point out that this is a best of 5. We're no longer in this best of 3 territory. This is a best of 5, first to 3 maps to get into the grand final, which is another best of 5 tomorrow. And just in terms of the map veto things as well, we don't have a skirmish today. XLG coming from the upper bracket into this game get to choose whether they ban first or second, but they are still in the lower bracket. So there's no sort of double map ban like EDG will get tomorrow. Just because, best of 5s, they can get a bit strange and weird. That's sort of the overall picture there.
100%. And circling back to then DRG and Vukushu in particular, no matter what map he's on, he's fragging out, and especially on that Cypher. And I feel like that defines Dragon Ranger Gaming really, really well, right? Still running the Waylay, still running the Cypher, right? Very anti-meta picks as they're now viewed amongst the nerfs. Maybe it'll benefit them. I'm excited to see DRG in the new meta. That's all I'm going to say in a little while, maybe next stage. But all in all, I think them sticking to their guns is what allowed them to have that super strong identity that you were highlighting, Charlotte, versus Sheila Gaming. I think they've been utilizing the flexibility of No Man to toy around with, okay, what are our double duelist maps? What aren't our double duelist maps? And I think they fell into that nice rhythm as well as a well-rounded squad, more than anything that can be super flexible, can change into what works for them map to map.
Yeah, obviously when we talk about that stability, I feel like for No Man especially, he has struggled a little bit in terms of that flex roll, just in terms of the numbers that we're seeing him putting up. Because it is difficult to sort of get used to a role when you're constantly switching what you're doing. You're sometimes playing Duelist, you're sometimes playing Sentinel, you're sometimes playing Initiator, you're doing whatever. It can be difficult to sort of lock into one playstyle, but despite that, they had a flawless group stage, beat all gamers in the placement match, and only suffered that loss to EDG last week.
100%. And I mean, a big talking point as well for this team is they're riding that momentum high of the fashion in which they also qualified, right, to the international stage. Again, a 13-0 on Lotus, which is a map that we're very likely to see today, considering it is both Sheila Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming's most played and most won on maps this stage. I'm excited to actually see them face off against each other. Again, this design double duelist, the Waylay that can get past the stage, the deadlock walls. I think it's going to be perfect head-to-head matchup that we haven't seen, again, since that initial group stage match that I believe was like a 13-11. So again, a very head-to-head, very neck and neck. And I want to talk about Sheila Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming so much more, because XLG, I'm just happy we got to see Lysor, right? He escaped what has become now the Wolves' Den, I guess, that they've yet to claw themselves out of. And I mean, you can see how the energy feeds each other on stage. I think for both of these teams, when they get in the flow state, right? And I think that's going to be a matter of momentum, especially in this best of 5, both energy levels. And I think either team is capable of snowballing here on our lower bracket finals of Beijing, Charlotte.
Yeah, obviously both teams as well are capable of playing off of the crowd, hyping up the audience. I think it is what we love to see. Honestly, both teams, all 3 teams in this top 3 are ones that love to get this crowd going, and it is a packed arena here in Beijing as the players will start to make their way to the stage, starting with XLG, the team that 1 year ago in Stage 1 2025 were the first team to dethrone EDG as champions of this region, something that EDG have never been able to get back to since, but now they sit in the grand final waiting for whoever wins this game. XLG have now been a permanent fixture in the upper echelons of VCT China.
100%. They have made a name for themselves on that international stage as well, alongside EDG, and they are just looking to close it out with a trophy on their way back. I mean, look at that. Waves, team post, synergy. It's already looking good.
Okay, never mind. No man hits us too immediately.
Negative aura, no man, but it was fun. He's having fun on stage.
Yeah. It's fine. Let's move on before I start talking about Manchester United. So, XLG, this is a team that, know how to win, especially in these moments. They've now got experience with winning best of fives as well, a little bit more under their belt. You contrast
100%.
that to DRG, who again have struggled to get into those sorts of positions a little bit before. Obviously 2025 stage 2, a little bit of an outlier in that fact. They made it to champions in that regard, but again, a lot on the line, just in terms of A, the bragging rights, and B, just the head-to-head between these teams.
100%. And I will say, DRG went through the ringer as well in kickoff and some of those best of fives they had in that environment as well. So maybe some reps to pull back on. But the shades coming out here. Whew. All right, and there's that squad. I feel like there wasn't as much, like team post coordination, Charlotte, but it's going to be present in the server. And if Vukashu's already hooting and hollering, that he is going to bring, again, that consistency in the server to kickstart anything that the double duelist is going to need time-wise to get back on the board. So, again, to me, these two teams are so well equipped to handle each other. And I do feel like, to me, right now, Dragon Ranger Gaming do have more to prove. Like you mentioned, was it that blip on the radar kind of win last year? Again, this was a team that got relegated and had to fight back, right, through the last ascension before the 2027 restructuring. And so this is a big year to prove themselves and cement themselves in the league, much like Shilai Gaming has.
Yeah, one player that I'm really looking forwards to seeing is Life. He was on that early FPX squad that was making waves when VCT China was first introduced. And now he's back on a roster, back to an international event, and still on this forwards charge to really continue to make his name at the top of this region. The map veto should be coming in very, very shortly. So again, we start to ask the question of what maps we are going to see. We're expecting Fracture to go. The YouTube chat as well, expecting that Pearl is going to get missed out of this best of 5 here, Zobi.
Yep, it's just going to be a matter of who gets to ban second. It really does feel like, because it does feel like Fracture's going to be that first ban, but we've seen teams throw some wrenches into what we expect, but look at this. Still huddled up, still getting that game plan out here is Shilai Gaming. DRG trying to get comfortable in those positions before the map 1 starts. And alright. I mean, this just looks like a squad ready and raring to go. Let's see it.
Yeah, well, almost ready to go. Yeah,
now they are.
Now they're ready. Jump in.
Drumroll,
and
please.
Here's the map veto. Lotus, Breeze, Haven, Split, and Pearl at the end. Let's discuss. Okay, Zobi is punching the camera. What's going on here?
I mean, I literally hit a right hook knockout on the expectations for this veto, right? Is Shilai Gaming getting the Team A or Team B pick, go for the secondary kind of ban, just to confirm that DRG would lean into the Fracture ban, one map they haven't played the entire stage? And then if Shilai Gaming have the choice between Pearl, which they just got a 13-5 on over JDG, or Ascend, which they haven't played the entire stage and is coming right back into the map pool. I feel like we know which one they're going to ban, which is that Ascent, and it's no surprise that DRG are going to try and push down Pearl as far as possible into this veto as that map 5 decider if we make it all the way. And I'm just gonna say it, the Sheila Gaming Monkey's got some moves over the dragon right now, but so is that an omen of what's to come? Is Sheila Gaming winning the dance battle and the lower bracket final? We'll have to see. I mean, we're starting out on the strongest map for both of these teams as well, Charlotte, when it comes to momentum, and I do think, to me, looking back at this veto process, I do think Sheila Gaming did a good job of suppressing their worst maps until later in the veto. All right, it starts out with Lotus again, and it goes to Sheila Gaming's worst map. They just wanted to get out of the way early, and then it's again Split and Pearl that are super rough, it feels like, for Dragon Ranger Gaming. So I do think that we need to see DRG come out swinging here. And I mean, it's the lower bracket final, Charlotte. Are we really expecting any composition shifts as we get to see these in the server? No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Like, Lotus, okay, this is always the big sort of thing to flag, is that triple sentinel comp from XLG, because it's so goofy, but I love it as well. Raga on this stage has some of the craziest sort of like retake walls or whatever on C site that I have ever seen. But it's great. I'm here for it. The real question does come in terms of getting into those sites, right? I feel like Leo is going to have to be outcalling DRG here, because all you really have in terms of getting yourself in is a couple Prowlers, a Haunt, and a Paranoia. You don't have that duelist to be the tip of the spear.
100%. And we kind of touched upon this as well prior. Like, I do feel like that this is the team on the opposition side on Dragon Ranger Gaming, again, it's leaning into the comfort, their identity, their double duelist that can kind of get past a lot of this Senti util, and that's where, again, you're going to have to see all of these anchors on point for the Sheila Gaming squad. I do think it's interesting as well, or it makes sense that they're forcing Sheila Gaming to be starting out on that attack side, so it is going to have to be, again, Raga super fine-tuned with some of those kind of entry walls that you're highlighting a lot, Charlotte, but all in all, whew, thank you for that. Stats just brought up for us that XLG's attack win rate is at 70% despite running the triple duelist. I mean, that is just, the triple Senti. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they are certainly good at it, but again, like you say, this is both of these teams' best maps. We should be expecting fireworks here to open up this best of 5, the lower bracket final of stage 1, and the winner heading over to the grand finals tomorrow against DRG. So the pistol round gets us underway. And yeah, revenge on the line in both of these matches in the next couple of days, regardless on who wins them.
All right, XLG start off slow, see if they can hear any util dump from this double duelist, but DRG are primed to shut down the B main lurk, are primed for the C trap, and it's all gonna be off of Flexen and the delay from this Paranoia.
Oh, Happy Way in trouble, still good for one though. And now that's the cue for XLG to accelerate towards the C site here. Entry wall comes up, but here's the crunch coming through from B. Not necessarily expecting Raga's advanced position up top, but now he's been spotted, looking to find a different angle of approach instead. DRG have done a good job of the stall for now, but XLG creeping forwards with this space. Vikashu, though, plays ahead of the timing here. Can only find one in a 3 versus 3 now. The spike being tapped, and Raga on the site gets things locked down. Lysol has the lock off on one, but Spirits has already made his way past. To really creep round here, 2 players from different positions holding him. Goes for the first tap, expecting Raga, but can't kill him. The first round to XLG.
Wow, if that pistol's a litmus test right now for Sheila Gaming, that was really strong. I mean, you saw them again tapping the orb. They were so thorough in trying to bait out all of these trap plays that Dragon Ranger Gaming were throwing. And I really do wish that Dragon Ranger Gaming held their cool there in B main, because they revealed all the cards, right, with that initial engagement up against the Cypher, right? It sets up that there's going to be a trap on Revolving Door, right? And I like how Lysor even backfilled so they couldn't go for the flank play either. Like, it felt like everything was covered by XLG, and it really did also come from Raga and that wall position, right? They're able to hold, they're able to go for the backstab potential as well. And whew. I mean, again, you look at one round and you're like, how much can you show on a pistol? And I do feel like She Like Gaming just showed so much.
Oh. Zobi, I think we might be cursed at this point. I think we might be cursed at this point. Tech pause here. I don't
have one now than in like the heat of the action, heat of the moment.
Yeah, it's a good start for XLG, but I don't know. Part of that wasn't convincing. I'm not sure. It's an interesting one as we have the poll results. People favoring XLG here on Lotus in the chat, and I have to agree with them as we look towards this anti-eco.
Oh, I mean, they're primed, they're ready, firing squad style to handle the B-long push, Charlotte, I would agree, so...
Yeah, everyone's dead now. Well, pretty much everyone. Kakashi, the last one standing.
Oh?
Good bit of damage. Just the sheriff, but still 3 players left. Happy way down to 5 HP.
And I don't know if he's playing up the crowd or playing up the enemy team, but hands up. Just saying, like, I was robbed, but that probably killed on the happy way there with the little dink action, and now doubling back, slowly re-clearing here. And with a minute left, I mean, She Like Gaming have to make a decision to lean towards the site. Spycam should spot this out, so might give him the levity to go for a gun upgrade here, or set up the revolving door timing.
This wants to go for this. I mean, you've got to respect it. It's bold, but... And there's Lysor standing up as well.
Let's start doing Lysor things. No difference. Lower bracket final, international stage. It does not matter. And oh my God! Look at the life on the other side. That is great. I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I do feel like VCT China has like the most lively stage interactions of any region.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it feels like we see more standing as Lysor has hit 2,000 kills.
Woo!
Good milestone to find heading into your bonus round. Already things not going the way XLG might have wanted, obviously with the lower weaponry. These players being spotted out as they go for this rubble fight. Leo good for a double actually, and now Raga's getting involved. It's up to Nick to try and put a stop to him, and he has into a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, Raga. Oof. Little tunnel visioned on that resurrection, gets punished, and Nick keeps on farming for the confirmation against Leo, who's gotten that upgrade, who opened up the eco round possibility. Can he close it? I mean, it's 1v2, it's feasible. You know where both are.
The problem is, are they going to let him escape? He does have the spike, and he's doing a decent job of isolating these angles, actually. Brings the cage, but now dipping back around! That's ridiculous in the 1v2!
And that's a reason to be smiling, to be smirking. A crazy bonus conversion again on a map that needs to set up your momentum on the series, not put you in the hole. I mean, again, how debilitating these slows are, these seizes are up against the double duelist dive that's supposed to uncontested seize and maintain this AWOL space. And I mean, Nick did what he could, getting his own multi-kill to shut down that control. But like you mentioned, the isolation is a perfection from Leo, the IGL on the She Like Gaming squad. And another eco means another B walk down question mark for DRG.
I mean, so that's a player that stepped up for this lower bracket final. Like you say, the IGL, but fragging called upon. Now getting this information, B main, he sends the Prowler through.
All right. DRG mentioned on the pistol them wanting to hold their cool, not reveal their cards too early about the B main presence. This round they do just that, but She Like Gaming, after playing their classic anti-eco start, lean back towards A. No util, no harm, no foul. They should just be able to contact up, saving the brunt of that util instead for the post-plant delay, especially when Dragon Ranger Gaming have gambled towards the wrong side of the map. Prowler goes out. Maybe Flexen caught the tail end of it, but he definitely knows from the cages and the slows and the wall at this point that this is going to be an A end.
Just feel like that sometimes this 4th round after winning the bonus can one of the more difficult ones to get on the line. But, I mean, XLG doing a good job at preventing that from going the wrong way so far. Opening kill from Raga with the Outlaw there.
He's deeply committed.
Anyway, he's going to be called upon on this flank. He's still good for the first, but now revealed. At this point, it's just about damage control, and Leo, he's still online despite low health now. XLG just putting a bow onto this round. Not really a chance for Nick. Let's take down Nomad with a nice shot, but again, no more danger.
Yeah. And somehow they just layered the who's getting those kills so perfectly in that round in particular that they're gonna have, again, the Annihilation online. They have the Nightfall online from Leo and his 4K. I mean, we're starting to see why there's such a high attack win rate is because the default in the decision making right now is perfection for Sheila Gaming. And then you have a wall, you have sensors, you have so much utility to fight back into against this triple sentinel on the retake that it feels virtually impossible. So for me, I think this timeout definitely needed for Dragon Ranger Gaming. I mean, when you're, again, down to 4, but I think they more so need to figure out and get ahead of a lot of these site takes. Again, I feel like they need to run interference and not be playing retake, even with a double duelist composition, right? They need to go back to that aggressive space-taking nature. And we saw them try it once again on that buy round against the Eco on the A space, and it failed. So I'm a little nervous for them to try it full buy versus full buy. But again, there's other spaces. You can go C mound, for example. You just need answers earlier on, it feels like.
Yeah, it sort of goes back to what we were saying in the pre-game in terms of for DRG, they're going to have to be out-calling Leo. And right now, Leo has been getting the better of them, so as the pause coming through, Nathan D wanting to talk to his team. Apparently the round win rate after the timeout is sitting at just 49%. Obviously, that stat, I'm a little bit like, well, sometimes you call the timeout before your eco round and not the actual buy round that it's for. So just something to keep in mind for that statistic in particular. Time DRG spread out on the map again, but looking like they want to fight mound here.
Yeah, I think the biggest difficulty is you're coming into your timeout round with a buy up against XLG's ult cycle uptick as well. So you're not just planning to fix your problems in the server, but how to counter these ults. And DRG mentioned he couldn't win the A space, take the C space. That sets up for a nice flank flood play for B main. That's exactly what they're leaning into as the site falls.
Now Lysol with that kill. Annihilation also being used here by Nomad just to buy that space. Fight gets planted. Now the door opens up. What can Life do from this angle? Trap wire in his way, so has to sort of back away from that fight. 2 players still here in Mound.
Just look at the minimap. It's a nightmare, Charlotte. It just got worse than Nightfall.
Now that's information being given over. Immediate collection on that kill. Again, it's Vukashi who seems to be one of these players who is consistently stepping up to the mark, but he's going to have to do so much more in a 1 versus 4. He's just retreating from that fight, does not want any part of it. That's XLG up to 5.
Again, this strat book is so thorough for Sheila Gaming, right? They had a whole cage trapwire set up just to shut down any sort of traditional CB revolving door trap on the retake, which is usually where you see those complications arise when you are going for the B side on some of these either eco rounds or again on some of these heavy ult rounds. And well, maybe Sheila Gaming could have saved the Nightfall for later. That's the only real critique, because everything else, again, they're the way they're playing off of, again, the util from the Sentis getting destroyed as well is really, really nice so far. 5-0 on Lotus. Maybe not what you're expecting between these two. Another eco attempt as well for DRG. Still a few off from these ultimates of Spirit Z1 of Life that could pose a difference. And again, XLG, I mean, Charlotte, they're identifying the right site every single time.
When you look at XLG's ultimates, I mean, Raga's still got this resurrection. He hasn't had an opportunity to use it because XLG have just been killing everyone. That's, he probably could have had another one built up by now, but instead, again, the spike planted on C. 5 players, or 4 now on this wrap. Flexin heading to B instead. Happy Way, he's going to have to be called upon. They haven't cleared him. And Raga's there to back him up. Feels like DRG, they're always good for 1 kill in these rounds, but any more past that, you're asking too much.
Yeah, and I mean, despite not losing a round yet, Sheila Gaming are already making fixes to the small problems we have seen creep up on the attack side, right? You look back to the last time there was a flank and Happy Way alone gets a bit isolated by that Sky util. It has been on point so far for Dragon Ranger Gaming, so what do? They add No Man into the picture. Add that little bit of assistance from Raga as well, leaning back into this fight from the Sage Wall, and all that comes together really, really fruitfully. And on the flip side for DRG, you question why maybe Vukushu wasn't leading that charge. He's the one with the hero rifle. He should be the one either handing that weapon off or swinging off of that initial Sky Flash. And so, again, some disjunction on the big picture team fights on the DRG side. But speaking of big picture team fights, the A stack, once again, Happy Way just gets the default cam set up, deep for info. Tap should confirm this is the stack, and that gives, again, Sheila giving the early round answers that they need. But Charlotte, DRG this time, rotating a bit earlier than previous rounds.
XLG still want to finish onto the C site here. They haven't really found an answer to Raga's wall, but they have found an answer to Happy Way. The trip now on the elevated angle to try and put a stop to this entry wall, and now Vikashi playing ahead of it, but still gets caught out. Self-haul heal, sorry, up as well. Now slow orb sent towards Waterfall. Raga doing all he can, but maybe getting a little bit too ahead of himself as Flexin picks up a double. DRG are now the team with the advantage in a 3 versus 2. They've got convergent paths for this fight.
Ooh, Nick.
Yeah, there's no way that Lysol can win that, and it's all up to Leo as the captain. IGL, Saturate doesn't catch, but now he's been spotted, spams through the wall. That's ridiculous, and he gets a spam as well. Now just a 1 versus 1 against Nick. Leo has clutched up in a 1 versus 2 in this very map, and he's got to find the 1 versus 3, and he does. The captain in this clutch has been a call as you like.
Oh, 2 rounds hinging on disaster, 2 rounds clutched up in dramatic fashion by Leo, and you can't say DRG aren't trying here. Brilliant from Vukushu to challenge the Raga wall. Great convergent paths to isolate, to slice and dice the 2v3 up in the nice winnable chunks, but it's this moment here, right? Sage wall dissipates. Good little jump peaks for information, right? Toying and confirming they are on the spike, and yeah, the coaching staff has gotta be impressed by that one and says, keep it up. Oh no.
Oh, I mean, a second time up being called here by Dragon Ranger Gaming already. And 7-0, the scoreline right now, Sobi. And there have been 2 clutches from Leo in the opening, basically almost the opening quarter of this game. This is a far cry to what we saw the last time these two teams faced off on Lotus.
And I hate to put, like, this map in perspective for the series when DRG are already in the hole, but this was their pick to start off with, number 1. Number 2, we mentioned already that the last 2 maps of this pool between Split and Pearl, they don't have a win on, right? So, like, these first 3 maps that felt like were must wins, right? That, or they have to remedy the issues of the past against other opponents, and if you can't even remedy a 13-11 loss the last time up against Sheila Gaming on Lotus with the same composition, how can you fix the issues on those other maps against different ideas, different game plans? And it's then a question of, okay, is DRG just having a rough day, a rough start, or is Sheila Gaming just playing this on point? We'll have to see. DRG, you mentioned coming out of timeouts on ecos. This is one of those times.
Oh, yeah, okay, Happy Way. Not content with having Leo be the player in the limelight for Clinching. Comes up with a double, but Leo responds in kind. Again, it's Vikashi with a 1v4. Can pick up this Guardian, though.
Maybe get the Happy Way upgrade, too? Nope, okay. Oh, you're thinking about it. He's like, let me play for the timing first and then go back. Deadlock wall, false sense of security, perhaps, but it just confirms the split through tree instead. Just like that. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get an opportunity. Go back for the gun. Either save it or see what you can do with it a little bit later. Here we go.
Again, the barrier mesh in the way. Take a fair amount of time to dissipate. Finally does fall. He's got a bit of a wiggle on here. That's a good start. Have to find the information too, but again, the time looks like it's just going too low. The question about damages here for Vukashu as XLG continue their charge. Flawlessly through the game so far, 8-0. They don't even want him to save his rifle, but gonna have to dip away from the fight as the spike erupts.
All right, 8-0. Both timeouts exhausted on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side. This is the round where it has to start paying off. And then we go back to how clean, how safe Sheila Gaming's playing, right? Happy Way falls from a massive players on the eco, and immediately Sheila Gaming abandon the C-take, go back to refrag to perfect that weapon upgrade, and basically solidify the round on the opposite side of the map, right? They're so fluid right now. And DRG, okay, some stability coming in. Form of the life operator. Still have the Cypher ultimate as well. I like them splitting up the duelists finally, too.
Main, but has been able to evade the Nightfall. Instead, everyone else falls. DRG being put under the knife, but Life is here to get a double of his own. Make it 3 with the operator. Completely shutting down this B push. And now XLG have made their way to the C site.
No way we get another 2v3 clutch. No way, Charlotte.
It's certainly possible. But Happy Way's HP though, just 30, and he's immediately been found. Gonna be no man this time to try and find this, and he's done a great opening onto Life. So players doubling up though, and he's only good for 1. So DRG find the scoreboard eventually. And Life is looking to imitate Lysor a little bit on the other side of the stage.
I mean, he is who basically gave Dragon Ranger Gaming their first round on the board, and I feel like this round reminds me of the one Leo had to clutch out in the way that the way XLG starts losing is kind of, it feels like Rarga getting ahead of the Utah, ahead of the teammates, right? If you notice there, again, clipped by the end of the Paranoia, there's no follow-up, and it's kind of a flashback then to the one round where we see No Man trying to attempt to throw a little Gravnet into C Hall, right, to get Rarga activated as well. So just some synchrony issues that need to be cleaned up on the Sheila Gaming side, but it's already 8-1. So it's more of like, what else can we nitpick at this point? And DRG operator was a big thing this round. Handed off relegated to Flex, and because of this overdrive from Life.
Oh, it's a Vandal instead that finds its mark early on. DRG still to pressure this rumble fight. Lysor has been felled. The other XLG players want to join that roster for now, so instead look to Happy Way, who's been taking space towards the west.
Hasn't gotten past the Cypher, you could tell. The rotates are primed as well for DRG. Not a full commitment out of Vukashu, but we'll play for the sound cues, the confirmation at a bare minimum waterfall side. Wall lineup comes in, immediately broken. This is gonna prime them well for the advantaged retake.
Good do. DRG, the last time these two teams faced up on this map, won 4 defense rounds. They're gonna have to go flawless from here if they want to continue that. But No Man gets a bit aggressive towards Waterfall. In fact, 3 XLG players, all of them rushing them down, while the rest of DRG fighting in from Waterfall and getting cut down for it. Now a 2 versus 3, the overdrive popped, but they're not clearing Happy Way. In and out of the smoke, dipping, dodging, diving. Vukashu comes up with the goods.
And on their feet, taking the wins as they come while diffusing, not even waiting for the round conclusion. Again, we know that both of these teams are high stage presence, high energy dependent teams, and they are trying to get that wind under their sails. And I will say that was a very cohesive round out of Dragon Ranger Gaming. The A fight really, really strong, well countered after the defenses. The walls literally were built up for Sheila Gaming, trying to get them out of that hole. And even with these perfectly timed forward plays, playing around the sensors, right, Sheila Gaming do crumble in the end. So their first timeout actually being exhausted here, just to keep that firm lead on their super, super strong attack side. And okay, and that 49% looking a lot more impressive, I'll say, out of Nathan D when we look at the flip side there for XLG's timeout. But Again, I do feel like right now XLG is more not like we need a fix here and now, like a one-round style play. It feels like it's more reminders of small things going wrong. So we'll see how that fares for XLG once the 15 seconds left are up.
It does feel like XLG have been a lot less successful in the early rounds here. You look at the two that DRG have won, the most recently. It was that big B main fight that Life was able to win with the operator, and then a massive crunch onto Rubble. So you sort out these early rounds, and you know, because the late rounds have been getting close, but XLG just haven't had the advantage to leverage in those situations when it comes down to the trading. So sort out these opening engagements, and it feels like XLG will be back to winning ways.
They're playing past the operator as well, Charlotte. Life had it, Flexen had it, now Spirit Z1 has it. And it's just basically on the opposite side of where they're taking space. So I don't want to say that's what solved it for Dragon Ranger Gaming, but definitely has assisted to a certain degree. I think it's forcing Sheila Gaming into certain decisions when Sheila Gaming, when they've had reins, full control in the situation, that's when they thrive. And this timing from No Man is absurd around that root dark cover.
And for a second, I thought that Life was going to get away with so much more. The Prowler hadn't cleared him out, but XLG play patiently enough to weed him out of that spot.
Well, Operator C side allows the heavy rotate to reinforce A. Fukushu stairs, Trailblazer close, breakable. They know that Sheila Gaming is occupying this space still.
That they do. Spam through the smoke should confirm at least something. The guiding light reaches out as well, and again, this utility from XLG is just so damn good. Cashew though, and now there's the judge behind them, can't get anything. Oh, Valorant is a tricky game at times. There's still an operator to contend with here on Spirit C1. Could be on for this retake.
Yeah, it's only if Sheila Gaming give an opener. I think you're contemplating saving this, going for the 9-3. And you can see the regroup, protection squad rolling in. You also need someone to break the wall if you did want to go for this. Okay.
It does expire. They're playing this together. Raga, the first point of call. And, well, he's good enough for it. Spirit C1 kills him. Might even be able to get out alive here. So again, it's damage dealt. XLG may be looking a little bit poor, actually, but hey, they found 9. Does it matter?
I might be crazy, but I think I would have preferred Spirit Z1 falling there, just because that would have been the conversion paths online for the last round of the half, right? I mentioned, yes, the importance the operators brought to their defense, but we look at how they were able to navigate some of these clutch plays, and that was kind of the initiator for it. But all in all, will be one off coming into the next. If he finds an opener, he's good to go. Let's see. Whew. Let's get a 10-2 half in the lower bracket finals, Charlotte. Would be crazy.
Map as well. The opportunity for some kind of all play here for Spirit C1 if you want to go for it. They're just looking to play this for a pick. It's like the point of call again for XLG. Flexing. Yeah, he's been dealt with. Life though, good for one. Can't escape thanks to the slow orb though. Raga's utility doing its job. XLG have planted the spike.
They have split presence all over this A space. Oh my goodness, Charlotte.
They fall like dominoes. I mean, Fukashi was still on the site. Leo found a triple kill in the mix there. And it really was. You had like a couple players dotted on the site. You had a couple players playing from Rubble, and DRG just couldn't really contend with any of it.
And that's where I'm just so impressed that Sheila Gaming is that confident, right? Like, Leo's basically solo entering. You get the Paranoia for support there onto the Nightfall. That's been, like, netted from main. So even though they're so split up, it's still so, like, conjoined, the execution. And just the awareness and the knowledge as well that, like, okay, there isn't going to be anybody more on site. Just shows how forward planned this is. Again, because this is one of DRG's most played maps, even if it doesn't look like it, from a 10 to half in She Light Gaming's favor. Whew.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. I mean, if you look at the history again, the last time these two teams played, it was 13-4 to XLG. So, you know, there is precedent for this, but even then, DRG, again, got that 8-4 half in the first, so already doing worse. And you look at XLG's 70% overall attacking win rate. Well, it was 83% today. 10 out of the 12 rounds going to them. They just feel unstoppable at the minute, but everything could change at the switch.
100%. DRG, let's see if they can make a one heck of a comeback here after the side swap. And I will say the stages have been a big part of that there on the right side of the stage. Rarga, it's been crazy. You mentioned that util. I feel like it's more of it. I think it's been Rarga's slows that have just like really prevented the double duelist from getting fully activated from going for these engagements in the fashion they want to, these aggro fights to hem off. It feels like She Light Gaming on a lot of these entries, so again, I think that's been a major obstacle, and I'm curious how it's going to fare then in splintering some of these executions now that DRG's on the attack side, but again, so much already accomplished for this team. And I will say for She Light Gaming, just to put this in perspective as well, they're going into a weak map next for them, right? I do feel like Breeze is a bounce back map opportunity for Dragon Ranger Gaming, a sore spot for She Light Gaming. So if they can have that confidence out of this map going into a map they need to sort out like that, I think that's also a good call. But halftime's up, Charlotte's sides are swapped. DRG taking it slow out the gate on this attack side, at least from the double duelist perspective. Vukashu already deep into this A main lurk.
Yeah, he's searched himself here towards tree. For DRG though, I mean, this pistol round is obviously going to be the key to a comeback were it to occur. And for a triple sentinel, you'd think you'd have one on each site, but Zola has it towards the seaside, just that spy cam, and it's the correct call. All that defaulting utility, not gonna find much on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side, and they somehow, as we get under a minute, are still running towards the stacked site. Gotta feel that XLG are confident in their C retakes again with the amount of tech that we've seen from Raga on that side, so they can afford to have more players here, and DRG unwittingly going in towards the horde. Shots from stairs though from Happyway don't quite hit their mark. No Man has been able to spot a couple here, only good for one, but has the backup of his captain. Feels like DRG a little bit split up, not entirely sure where they want to go, but winning out the gunfight.
Oh, Time's now the main enemy though. Charlotte, Nick pressured heavily from ceiling. Needed the opener, it's been stripped away, and yep, leaves Live trying to fumble back over towards the B side off that high gear, and unfortunately Raga backfilled the space once Lysor fell, and again, it feels like She Light Gaming were making all the right decisions, and Dragon Ranger Gaming faced with the most important one, a pivotal pistol, unfortunately, call into the stack.
Again, time got a bit too low, and I was saying DRG winning gunfights. That was until Leo decided that actually he was going to step up. And he really has stepped up here. The IGL 19-6 so far on this map. Raga not too far behind with 15 kills himself. Not the dynamic duo pairing I was expecting to see today, but it has been given to us.
Little fade fake out, see if they don't clear the corner. Especially now they've spotted Raga back sight.
The Outlaw though gets that kill. Leo and just in this spot, but Fukashi has him dead. Completely domed out of this one, and it's only Raga who's found kills so far. Life's on 15 HP, and well, when the collapse does come in, it's fast. DRG cannot stand against XLG's map point, and now 10 chances to close.
Yeah, all eyes on No Man and that Spectre, and just Happyway strikes from above, dropping down rope side, and again, the delay utility is just enough to get these rotations into play, Stinger Force or not, out of that life player on the flip side, and
yeah,
it is that map point, Charlotte. Again, 10 rounds needed to get to them just to OT.
Yeah, a key moment here again, the bonus round, which was won out by a 1 versus 2 from Leo in the first half. How differently things could have gone if that didn't come to pass. DRG going to have to hope a similar fate doesn't befall them here, but straight away they're going into these XLG players, and Happy Way is spammed down 3. As quickly as you like, XLG have taken control of this round, of this map. Spirit Z1 a 1 versus 5 to try and prevent. And I feel like it's just not happening. XLG have done a number on their opposition so far. Spirit Z1, they're just giving him fights. Even that's not enough. Again, it's Leo, the probable MVP of this map, to seal the deal. 13-2, Sobi. This wasn't even a contest.
Oh no, it was not. And we can theory craft map vetoes all we want in terms of what's coming up for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Maybe they did just want to, similar to Shilai Gaming, get another rough map out of the way, understanding how this competition is pushed to other teams, understanding it was going to be a challenge for them to tackle themselves with the history between these two teams. But even then, I thought this was going to be a little bit closer. And I think that circles back to what we mentioned as well, Charlotte, at the beginning, is that we do see for Dragon Ranger Gaming at times a slow start to the duelists on this team, to Spirit Z1. And Spirit Z1 was one of those players that was having a really rough start, right? I think they were 3-10 at one point. Life at least had that multi-kill with the operator. I think got the blood pumping a little bit, but again, if Spirit Z1 can't find his form, I'm worried about what this map veto, what this series is going to entail for this squad. And I mean, Vukushu was doing Vukushu things, at least for the lurk plays, but I feel like even he was really hindered from finding any of those big picture moments because flanks were cut off 90% of the time from the triple sentinel. And so I do hope that Brace is going to give them a little bit more freedom of exploration to seek out and find these opportunities. But here and now, Charlotte, I mean, we can see why Shilai Gaming won this so dominantly.
Yeah, they're looking incredible here today, and this is a team that have come out the blocks early to perform. We were predicting maybe a 3-1. People in the crowd seem to be wanting a 3-0 for XLG here, and honestly, if they continue this form, it certainly is looking possible. Obviously, Breeze is another question entirely, but as for Lotus, we'll hear how it was done in the team comms.
Fighting. Know this. You sit down, guys. Not open. Pada, sit down and open.
I'm picking.
Still in the open. Nice.
Rumble.
I'm picking.
Let's go. One more.
2v2, guys. Chill, relax.
Your box, Sky.
他应该压屁股了，我跟你说。
I think so.
两个，我确定。
扑倒他们。
One.
6发。
想印度你的森。
Nice.
6
Bonus round, bro. What a boner.
6，
他走上8点半。
这里8点。
1打3，下面过不了。
扑倒他们。
穿到了。
想印度。
1打1，3秒有履抗。
在哪里？
Come on!
Okay, and you were correct, Charlotte. Leo coming away with that MVP. I mean, he's the one that feels like he kickstarted the entire system with that 2K clutch, right? Saw the team celebrating it, but I think I want to shout out Fran, because our producer, because they brought up a good point as well. Rarga is being super vocal in these team comms, right? And it is usually more that silent, humble fragger, right? And it shows how invigorated this entire team is to get that opportunity at EDG Revenge in the grand finals, and how important this map really is in that process. And maybe bringing up the fact that DRG might have messed up by picking into this map as well as the first one to kick off the series.
Yeah, in my brain, I was like, oh, clearly this is an XLG pick. But no, you are right. This is DRG picking this map, which is certainly a bizarre choice. But you look at Leo, again, we mentioned those 2 clutches in the first half, right? The 1v2 in the bonus round, and then the 1v3 to make it, I think, 7-0. If either of those rounds go differently, or even both of them, right, that's such a different start to this game for DRG. Potentially they have a way back into things, but instead any chance that they had got shut down immediately. You can see it, 357 ACS from Leo while IGLing, Raga with 301 as well, which in honestly most other circumstances would be enough for an MVP performance.
And I'm just laughing, like, at Lysor here, because 5, 7, and 12, right? His paranoia, his smokes were on point. They were allowing what got, like, these players into position every single time. And you mentioned, again, there's not a lot of initiation power on this team, right? Like there's no duelists. So it is that paranoia. It is those prowlers that really need to get them into position. And I think that's exactly what we saw him more so accomplishing than anything in the server. So take one for the team in that regard. But,
pretty good.
Never seen an outlier like this that has prominent Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. He's pretty good at Valorant, this Raga chap. That's my analysis. 6
out of 2.4 multi-kills. I mean, that's Raga for you. And I think we always question, like, okay, is the Sage going to be in form, right? Is Raga going to be in form on this role? Because it is that kind of outlier from the traditional duelist pool that he leans into. And I think he just gets has so much fun on the role, and you can see it from how he's playing it. And I think it's also just essential to, as well as zoning off these sites so that the rest of the players can get in position for their lineups with No Man and the works. So it does truly feel like it's a composition system that uplifts each other. And I'm beyond excited, Charlotte, to see how the global stage counters the Lotus composition of Sheila Gaming, or it tries to.
That is a very big point, but obviously we're a bit of a ways away from the global stage just yet. Instead, it's Breeze where we turn our attention to next. The second map of this series, and XLG's first opportunity at a map pick, already heading into it 1 map up. The question remains, can they make it 2-0? We'll find out after this.
You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right.
one could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through.
Map number 2. Breeze in this map. Veto, a best of 5 in the lower bracket final. Still Charlotte and Sobi with you here for it. And Sobi, we were discussing during the break about this map, Veto, and how this is XLG's pick, but DRG have a real chance here.
Absolutely, right? Aside from the maps that have been banned out, this is the worst map for Streetlight Gaming 1 and 2 right now. It's one of those maps that we mentioned where No Man hasn't been able to get his footing, right? Thrown onto the KO, right? That outlier initiator, it feels like. And you have Happy Way not on the traditional Sentinel, but instead on the Viper role. So there's definitely question marks on this map, and it does feel like in that regard then a must win, right? We mentioned what's coming up, right? We have Split and Pearl, the worst map for DRG to close out this veto process, right? We have Haven up next, which is a coin toss against strong maps for both of these teams, and we saw how Lotus went as a strong map for both teams. But all in all, compositionally speaking, again, it is a lower bracket finals. There's no real surprises here, at least in terms of the agent select.
Yeah, I'm playing agent role bingo with No Man today. We're already on 2 successes here. Sentinel on map 1 and now a KO here on the initiator for map 2. Rugger back on the Neon as well, which is always something that we love to see, is when he can really get going on the duelists.
And Charlotte, I do want to circle back and correct myself on something minute real quick. For the Dragon Ranger gaming side, if you notice, they actually swapped from the Sky to the Sova, which I feel like for the Sheila gaming composition, it works to have a Sova over a Sky because they have the KO with flashes. But now they're not going to have any flashes on this DRG side. And so to me, that's going to put even heavier pressure on Spirit Z1 and Life, who are already struggling, right? It looked like a little bit to get the job done over on Lotus. So I'm a little worried about that regard just a bit.
I suppose just in that regard, maybe Sova, you can play him a bit further away to counter the KO that we see, you know, the suppress getting rid of utility. Maybe that's something I can see being a factor, but obviously that is just speculation. As we do jump into the game here, XLG on the attack again, DRG on the defense. Where they choose to begin, so they should be favored here, at least in some regard.
Okay. Once again, DRG going for the fast mid play off the pistol rip. Happened on Lotus, happening here. Little faked out lurk play, but they're ready in elbow to fight this.
Yeah, this could be a massive brawl, but instead, like 2 North Magnets, they are propelled away from each other, heading in different directions. XLG with a lot of control here of B early on. But, I mean, hey, Vikashu's here potentially to try and play spoiler to this, but he's just going to wait for the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's a bit disconnected. Maybe a red herring if there's someone holding down this space. Happy Way just has to play the timing, the leverage. 3 players. Missed it so far.
Yeah, this could be a massive fight, and it's one that goes DRG's way. As Happy Way hits the deck, now there's an entire other avenue to worry about. This main angle, Vikashu has been spotted towards Archers as well, but he still can't get caught out. Instead, it's all of the fights being won by DRG. Lysaw's in a 1 versus 5, and well, he's got a double make it 3. There was real danger in that. But weathering the tide is Life. He gets the defuse as well.
Wow. And you could tell that she, didn't really have a game plan with that triple flank coming out of Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? I think Lysar had the right response. Flip the site, take space wall side, and that's where that 3K comes from. Don't think he liked me calling out his plethora of assists over kills in the first map, but just not enough. It really was Vukashu who won those 1v1s that would have flipped the site hold back in Sheila Gaming's favor, and we already mentioned how this map would be that turnaround point needed, required of this best of 5 for Dragon Ranger Gaming, and they play the pistol round as such.
And back in
Alright.
here. Again, a lot of spams coming through. This judge is somehow completely denied. Hello. Not sure that's how that one should be going, but Spiritsy1 comes up with a double. 3 versus 3 now as the numbers reach equilibrium.
Ooh. No shock zoning.
Oh, my XLG are winning these fights though.
Oh
It's
no,
just
it's an owl.
Vikasu.
I'm scared, Charlotte.
Right? I mean, all of these players are one shot given to the body to this gun, but oh, there's 2 up close. He's able to go for the first, but no opportunity for a reload just yet. Going for the classic instead. Time's being wasted here, and XLG are able to find some really advanced positions. They have isolated themselves from each other. Still both with an oversight on the spike here, and Happyway is on the other side to where Vikasu was expecting.
Well,
That's not what should be happening.
yeah, we kind of U-turned into unexplored territory here for Dragon
Don't know
Ranger
how
Gaming.
that judge doesn't get a kill. That's stupid.
Yeah, I just, the Happyway timing is good against the Shocks that were doing a really good job zoning that backside pyramid space, and I mean, just the entry there as well from Raga, right? We knew the confidence was there from even the voice comms, right? The energy over on Lotus, and it's translating here, just chaos, mischief managed, and okay. Information B side leans into the A main fight.
Give us a thrifty for thrifty. Come on, DRG. I know you
Saw
have
the
it
light
in
swing
you.
there.
Raga nearly caught out, but instead it's only damaged out to Spiritsy1.
Oh, thought he was gonna backpedal into the lurk as well, but trap set shorty on the close angle, and ooh, off of that deep control into main. They thought they could rotate Vukashu as well away from the B site. She-Like Gaming, we mentioned on Lotus, always making the right decisions. This time, spike in the den of the stack. That's a minute left. Yeah, they're just gonna be fighting through this. It's gonna be really good or really bad, really quick, Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, because the B side is completely vacant. In fact, the entire western side of the map is completely vacant. 9 players in such a contained area. Flexin already spotted out thanks to that utility. Spritzy1 still low. Nick undone by Raga as well on that opening fight. It's Vukashu for a double, who might just be able to get something back for his side, but again he comes up short.
Wow. Again, you cannot ask Vukashu to be getting multi-kill after multi-kill, round after round, just for your team to have a chance, right? That's honestly, he was part of the reason why they won the pistol, and why that round was close, and he was even asked at the Outlaw to try and win out and deny the second round thrifty. That is every round he's been called upon, and unfortunately, this time again, just falling short. And again, we mentioned it, that's the first time XLG have fought in the stack have made a wrong decision, but they still come to the right conclusion. Again, the team fight there, a backside fight, the trade's clean, and at that point, XLG saying, what can we do wrong? Dive on and see what sticks, and it's just Spiritsy1.
That's what they can do wrong.
Yeah. Don't let
Feed
the,
Raga
don't
to
get
the
it,
wolves.
yeah, don't let the confidence get to you.
Life may be a bit overconfident there as well, though. Towards mid, and Flexin goes for the challenge onto Happyway. Trading out in XLG's favor here, and now Nick, the next one to look towards his door's angle, still there's a player behind him. Literally 1 by 1. Now a 2v1.
And again, it's Vukashu at the crux, the clutch. 1v2, a lot more manageable. Not without the toxic screen, I will argue, to isolate these fights. Same with the snake bite to be said. And mention how they played split in the post previously. Well, now both tucked away in main. So much util for Leo as well.
And the Snow Command so oppressive with the suppress, and now that that has gone away, Vukashu is spotted out by the Overdrone instead. Forced forwards into this one, isolating No Man from the fight. Now 1 versus 1. Leo's playing quite far away from this, actually. There's the recon at Vikashi's feet. The time is just too low. I mean, they're getting away with that one, I'm gonna be honest.
And Charlotte, like you put like the way we're seeing she like gaming win rounds here versus Lotus, and it is so scrappy. It is so night and day. It's solo fight after solo fight across the entire map. It feels like, right? And to me, that's why she like gaming picked this map so early on. There, like, okay, Lotus, we're probably gonna win. It's gonna be one of our best maps. Let's get our worst map out of the way early. And if they're just out aiming on their worst map, playing very simple, playing death matches, it almost looks like, then this is gonna be like a gimme, like a steal of a map and a veto. It feels like they've already won the latter half of, and I think that's where a little bit earlier, instead of an 0-4 or 3-1, Dragon Ranger Gaming are calling their first timeout once again.
Yeah, I mean, the mistakes have to get fixed a lot quicker than on Lotus. I mean, really, that's suggesting that the mistakes even got fixed, really. But for DRG, just struggling again to really find their footing. And while it is scrappier, like you're saying, Sophie, it's still the same result that we're seeing by and large.
And I think now we start to think about, you mentioned those fixes on Lotus, those solutions on Lotus. I'll say it came from Life and the Operator. And I will say losing out the second round to a Thrifty is very anti-economy building. So I don't even know if they're going to have that in the arsenal this round. And yeah, they don't. It's very, very broken. And with Life as well, kind of forcing more so into that. He might have all money next round. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, maybe. It'll be close. 2400. If they can get some decent kills this round, I could see it happening. But all in all, she like gaming again. Very defaulted, looking for openers. That is a change from DRG as well. They're not taking any solo engagements too terribly early themselves.
And instead, just playing on the sites a little bit more. You have Spirit C1 towards the A main angle, but DRG by and large a bit more anchored in their positions. XLG are just exploring right now. A little Sova Dart fake A side draws both rotations from Dragon Ranger Gaming from the B side. Life the only one left. Oh my gosh, he missed the timing. He doesn't even know. Yeah, but Raga might not either. Flicks over. Cashew can get here before XLG. This could be a massive timing. Jumping through the smoke is No Man. That's a spike now dropped, but XLG doing damage control. On guard duty, now they've got double the numbers. And it's just the players with sheriffs left for DRG.
Yeah, shuffle the gun. No upgrades for these sheriffs on the DRG side. Gonna go for this 2v4 style. If you get one, maybe two, you could see a conversion paths. Again, if you really want these rounds on the board early. But this is where the cycling of that poison, that snake bite, the U to left late into the post is gonna deter you at every corner.
Poison Cloud drops. Visual confirmation on these players, and yeah, again, it's Leo finding the scoreboard. The XLG extending their lead in a series that DRG were coming into this confident that they'd be able to win 3-0. Obviously, that could just be fighting talk in the press conferences beforehand, but I mean, they've already failed in that endeavor.
It could be a 3-0, just the other way.
That's true.
Just slight snag in the divination, but 4-1 now. This is the big round we need to see turn pace around for Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? Convergent Paths online, Viper Spit online, Life with the Operator as promised, to signed, sealed, and delivered for their defense. Surprised they accompany it with the Viper B side instead of that Lotus approach where it was very one-sided where the Operator was, but XLG framed for an A split right now, more than anything.
Again, cycling the smoke to mid, trying to put this pressure onto the site. Flexin caught out, but again, there's a trade. Spiritsy1 answering onto Raga in response. Now DRG still has to be wary of this main position. Nick deals with Happy Way effectively, but can't deal with No Man, and Spiritsy1 falls as well. So in those engagements, it's XLG. Get themselves into a good spot. Does seem like Life is saving this operator here. No, he is finally joining Fukushu on the A site.
Yeah, worried about backstab potential, but it is No Man saying, I need some action here in the server. Again, you have post plant from some Leo. He has to play back. You have Lyster trying to cycle smoke, so he plays back, and it does leave No Man to go hunting, especially... I do feel like... I want to praise Shilla Gaming for this. I feel like every single round, they are sending forward the person who needs the ult orbs, right? To get these final kills. And the rest just take that back seat. Like, their late round management is so strong when they know they have the round wrapped up. Right, so 5-1, I think this is what allows them to snowball, and always stay ahead in the ult department as well, so... okay, oh, No Man, okay, we talked about it from the walkout to this moment here, has just been living in the Beijing confidence here on stage.
Yeah,
just want to put that out there.
That's what they call him. Guys, had a brilliant game so far. 3 kills. There we go.
There it is, yeah, on the toast.
5 in a row from XLG. 21 3Ks this stage, apparently. Looking for more, but a 6th round potentially consecutive as well, unless DRG can hope to go with this eco round. The operator from Life is going to be a big part of that, Zobi.
Yeah, it's on the line because of Spirit Z1 over on the A space. You kind of want them to leave it here and let Spirit Z1 rotate over for a potential convergent paths play, but depending on the Guardian, depending on Vukushu once again.
That's painful viewing. A Bucky completely whiffed. Vukushu also falls. Oh dear. I don't think you're trying to invest the operator in this retake, if I'm honest. 3v5, 2 players with sheriffs. I mean, maybe you hunt for a pick or two, as Life is rotating over.
Yeah, you really want the overdrive, I think, going into the next round, into the full buy. You'll have 5 for 5 ults, so play for a safe exit, play for an OP. Again, once again, it does feel like XLG know which players to send forward.
Oh, and Raga on the other side of the map. Actually, no, just chased down Life. Spiritsy1 seeing what damage he can do. Just a single kill. Green from XLG.
Nice throw on the feet. The team celebrations come around, and... Whew. I want to now look into then, Charlotte. Let's see who XLG beat and lost to on Breeze, alright? 8-13 versus ADG in that upper bracket finals. They beat TEC 13-9 on Breeze. Wait, I just almost knew there was a timeout coming. No, I'm joking. And they lost to
Divination.
Trace 9-13 on Breeze. So, I don't know where to gauge them at versus Dragon Ranger Gaming right now. I mean, 6-1. And I don't know. I still feel like... And I really want to listen to the press conference for this match, because I feel like I'm hearing it now, No Man saying, yeah, we didn't really have a game plan on Breeze. We just went in and played the game. Because that's what it looks like. You go from Lotus, which looks like so set played, structured, lineups, the works, right? Into this map where it has been just very, very base level trades on contact fights, right? We talked about how scrappy the first few rounds were with the Thrifties, with the 1v1s perpetually, fight after fight, that they were still winning out. And again, night and day playstyles in the server, but the same results, 6-1. Both timeouts from Dragon Ranger Gaming exhausted in the first half. It is not a good look.
Timing as well, right? After 7 rounds?
I think so. Obviously slightly different score lines, but I know the first timeout was after 4, just like the first map.
Yeah. I mean, hey, listen. Sometimes the script writers get a little bit lazy. At the very least, they have given DRG a single round at this stage in the game.
The pistol.
The pistol, yeah, which then they immediately lose the follow-up.
I mean, no, there's no hesitation on the ults this time around. Vipers put A side. Again, the B side anchors. Heavy investment of the Astra Stars this time around. No retake looking like it's gonna happen this time. No scaling up quick from Raga either. I do like Life's position here. Wish she had the overdrive.
He's got overdrive for the next round. That's a plus, I suppose. You come in with the Hunter's Fury though as well, just to try and buy some more space on site. XLG have this control now. Be able to plant fairly shortly, and yep, that is coming through. Hunter's Fury invested from the other side though. I don't think it's gotten a single tag. This delays time for a little bit longer, but now the extension into the round.
In group back site, you're letting DRG in, but for how long?
Sergeant Palms comes through, doesn't quite catch onto some of these players. No Man hindered up, but still gets a kill, and now pops the null command. Utility completely denied from these DRG players heading into the stack. That double swing. The high-low setup, too much for Nick to deal with, and still trading out effectively. It's Raga for 3 this time around. Again, DRG just completely unsuccessful here in the first 2 maps of this series.
And it's rough because it felt like XLG was letting them into this B site. They had them contained backside, and even Flexen found this really nice timing to maybe jump up and contest alongside that crunch into backside. And again, it's just non-cohesive at a Dragon Ranger game in the way in which they're approaching these retakes as well. And that's where I'm hoping for something from Dragon Ranger Gaming to give hope here. And again, that was 3 out of 5 ults invested with no conversion. You mentioned Life, yeah, finally getting the overdrive online. They've been trying to get that online by sticking around with operators round after round, so maybe it's finally what can be the saving grace for Dragon Ranger Gaming. It's in the right place. Once Vukushu makes contact.
Yeah, Raga, oh my god. Again, disgusting for 2. Ashu's been spotted backside, but XLG do fall away from this one. At the very least calling a pause, because they don't really have much A space. And DRG have certainly taken control of A main.
I'm surprised to see after they get all that groundwork set on the B site to pivot back towards this A space. Spirit Z1, nice off angle being held.
Heading into it, do they clear? Well, certainly looking towards his position, but unable to find the kill. Flexin trades back as well, just a Sheriff, but good enough for the job so far. The only player on the site, you're going to have to try and hold off against both Lysor and No Man. With his utility taken away from him, those Nebulas cannot come through. And it's still a trade for Kashi 1v2, but already made it down to a 1 versus 1. It's Mr. 3K, another tap on the spike. That flash drive is perfect to get an 8th on the board for XLG.
Wow. And I mean, the timing there between Noman and Lysor to get the kill onto Flexin, and again, Vukushu in these positions, clutch after clutch demanded, and once again it goes awry, just somehow, right? Like, after defaulting B, getting openers, there's so much util to invest into this late round that Noman can just, like you mentioned, flashpoint on through, and I mean, incapacitated Vukushu, who, again, right, only player positive on this Dragon Ranger Gaming side. That dependency that DRG usually has and cashes in upon. This time the count is coming up zeros, and Life opts back, but
oh,
you were getting scaled up.
A chance in this now. The DRG, Outgrown pressing the smoke. Spot anything, but that does allow Life to take a bit of a more advanced position instead. He's falling back through Arch and rejoining his team. G instead wanting to head towards this A site, but Flexen's found a kill. That stun is perfect with an overpulse. XLG falling apart in round number 10. because DRG have found their second.
That was really, really nice. Super proactive into the mid-door clearance instead of trying to play off the timing, waiting for them to fight into the A site, waiting for that full commitment to come through. And that allowed them to tease out the timing as well then from that happy way back stab in main, which was my biggest concern here. I'm like, oh no, Spirit Z1's looking away from it. This is his time to strike, but getting very well paced there. Nice util support as well from Flexen, so a glimmer in the darkness for the time being here. More of if they can get out another round or two that we become, at least the belief enters the system. We had a 10-2 last time. Looks like XLG are looking to simplify.
Still nothing found from that 0 point. Vikashi sticking around on the site. Good for the opener. And a second into that tally as well. Like now with the overdrive to shut this down. Raga still somehow finds him. There's response from Nick. Again, DRG have the numbers. And they're starting to converge on this position, but okay, Leo. Fair enough. Goes for it, takes him down. XLG should be able to get into a position to plant the spike here, but again, wrapped upon from every which way. That's Flexing. And now, Spirit Z1 coming round the back. Leo, none the wiser. Already bettering their scoreline from Lotus. DRG have 3 rounds.
There we go. Again, stabilizing. I think that one was off of XLG, really playing into the idea that they could get out on site, get the Viper's Pit down, so that's why they didn't have that happy way mid or elbow hold. And that's where Spirit Z1 takes advantage of that. And you saw XLG identify it was going to be a problem, that they were waiting for that timing, but just perfectly paced out of Spirit Z1 to be that closer instead of what hands over another 2v3 in Sheila Gaming's favor. So DRG up to 3. XLG.
Oh my goodness,
like,
yep.
That's just what they tried on B, but this time on A, and it works this time around. So they get A, they get the post plant, they get Raga deep into the site. The only thing that could be better would be Happy Way being on site with the Viper's Pit. And he's gonna cut off the rotates anyways. Look at this timing, Vukashu.
Oh, yeah. Does read that. Still an advantage for XLG. This post plant.
Good
There's
Lysor.
an operator that's been spotted. Vikashi, just through the spam, Raga jumps into it. And Lysol's really late on this mid-wrap. Good play spoiler for the entire thing, but you've got to have that spike control and a viewpoint on it. No man's been dealt with. On Leo's beefing his shock dart, the time's still so damn low, and Vukashu might be on for an ace here. Not quite, but the kills don't come in time. That wasn't enough for the defuse anyway. All of that for naught as it detonates, and a 9-3 half for XLG.
I don't think I'd have it any other way than a 9-3 here, Charlotte. Just the curse feels like the perfect way to continue. What a spectacle this series has been. I mean, again, Sheila Gaming, you can tell how just reactive it is, how in the moment some of these executions and plans are, and I mean, I was worried the Lysor wasn't going to get there in time, but again, the stockpiling of utility, because one player alone is able to get into sight, has been enough to get them across the finish line, right? Down to 1v1s, down to timings like we just saw. Even though that retake, even though DRG cleaned themselves up to have cohesive hold, cohesive retakes by the end of it, you just question if 9-3 is going to be enough.
It is a good question. Obviously, superstition plays a part in this scoreline in particular, but even still, I mean, XLG didn't lose a defense on Lotus. They're coming into a defense half here again on Breeze, and well, maybe it does lean a bit more towards the attacking side on this map. It still feels like that 6-round lead should certainly be enough. But the real question comes down to if DRG are going to be able to win the pistol round, because hey, they got it in the first half, an improvement from map number 1. They're going to need something similar here, and then to actually convert on their follow-up, and then some if they want to give this comeback a good showing here.
Well, Get to see some of the Sheila Gaming fans in the crowd. I feel like we saw a lot more DRG ones, especially from the artists. So, again, showcasing that even though Sheila Gaming may be favorites to win the series, the crowd right now still has some energy for DRG and this possible comeback that could come through. And I do think that XLG, if they are playing scrappy, are playing very individual games, they're gonna have a harder time on this defense no matter how you spin it. Which gives hope for DRG and how directed they've been. How cohesive they've looked the last few rounds. They were able to cap off for the 9-3. But, we'll have to see. I mean, didn't see too much of the defense over on Lotus, to put it lightly.
Yeah. That's, again, we're trying to give this in understatements, just to be a little bit fairer to DRG, because truth of the matter is that this has been a brutal showing so far. They are making their way quickly into the B site though, and already dealing with happy ways. Certainly a good start to the second half. The opening 12 went by without really much contest, but this time around, DRG looking to really put their mark on this game. Or at least there's a response from Raga. 2 versus 5 would certainly be a ludicrous way for this round to go, and now it's going to have to be a 1v4 from Leo. He starts it well. Vikash is on 11 HP. Might be able to send in a recon as well. Instead, just a shock dart through. Doesn't catch, though. Still no information. Has to reload. Sends out the recon. These players who spots one in Arch, knows that there's going to be another in this corner. The shots come in, and Nick swings round the side. It's a team ace from DRG. Everyone getting involved to get them their second pistol round on this map.
Yeah, I mean, despite them only having 4 rounds, half of those are pistols. And again, I'm surprised to see exactly what we illuminated could be the issues for Sheila Gaming coming to light so soon, right? That was Happyway playing solo in his orb, Lystor playing solo around the timing mid-pillar, and Varga playing solo on that backside anchor. Again, it was all very individualistic on the Sheila Gaming side. Again, that's what happens when it is boiling down to a map that you don't have as many reps on, as well versed on. And when you're feeling this confident against your opposition, and that can be what leads to downfall. But I'm not going to speak until we see how this round goes. They've been ecoed before, and Bucky looks like they're preventing them from getting ecoed again, Charlotte.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. The very early fight inside of Cave does go in the attacker's favour. XLG still very split up. No man exploring elbow, but DRG instead just converging on Happyway's position, who certainly isn't having a traditional game that we'd expect from him. 4 and 11 now, as life snaps to his head. And it's just no man. A 1 versus 4 attempt from Leo in the previous. Now it's going to have to be that same from him. Instead, he's just looking to play exits here. Will probably want to go down to the spike, but a couple players converging on him and flexing with that Bucky, the real superstar of that round being that shotgun. DRG have won the follow-up.
100%, and it's going to be this third round that we get to see if it's kept clean or not. They can maybe throw a bonus spanner into the works on this path to a 9-3 comeback on a map that feels, again, like a must-win. We're heading into the difficult to navigate, troubled waters, historically, in terms of the map pool. And XLG, again, we're going to test that coordination in these side holds. And again, DRG keeping it simple. A start, a dart for flush. Just one step at a time. The double duelist between Life and Spirits Z1, hand in hand.
Again, that Bucky being brought along. Vikash has an outlaw here as well. Raga and Lysol will be susceptible to a body shot from that, picking up regen and light shields respectively.
Ooh. They hand off Spike, they keep this over here for a re-drone or re-dart off timing. To further sell that this is just an A-pause and re-execute with the double duelist. This should be a nice outplay, in theory.
Problem is you're sending 2 players into the B site, and that is going to be your weaker
Risky.
contingent. Yeah, certainly a risk, but DRG still waiting for this. XLG not bringing their rotations over just yet, but now Raga starts to explore through mid. Happyway still on this B site, and now that Spirits C1 has fallen on A, yeah, they know that there's not really much else of an acceleration, so Raga's starting to come back into this and is dealt with flexing. That's a spike drop down. And now Happyway's in such a deep position back site. I mean, it's a nice idea from DRG, but the execution just isn't quite there. Now Life in Window's the next one to step up to the plate, and well, he'll meet a similar fate to the rest of his teammates. A flawless round coming through from XLG.
I mean, we say the execution falls flat, and I don't know. I mean, they did what it was supposed to do. They walk onto the B side. It's this moment right here where instead of just going and committing to the plant, which is what you really want for an eco round, they jump for that extra confirmation and get mowed down. I mean, probably didn't expect him to hit that shot. It looks like Raga was impressed by it himself, but that would have been plant money. Now that's been stripped away. Like you mentioned, it's flawless out of XLG. Now they're on double digits. Not over yet, though. 5 rounds is feasible comeback turnaround. That's where XLG are taking the fight to Dragon Ranger Gaming. I'm gonna set the tempo themselves. Paranoia, re-engage off the one-way, flushing out a lot of DRG utility early on.
Switching up the pace here and actually refreshing that one-way smoke. Nice, still looking to continue to apply this pressure. It has to pull DRG out. They're going back in for the fight, and Nice, potentially lucky to survive that. At the very least, lucky to escape with all of his HP.
Yeah, you have the fragment to delay, but that's virtually it on this site, right? Paranoia exhausted, the double dart cover exhausted. You can maybe have a shock dart from Leo this long range or a recon, but all in all, it's gonna be players holding their own, and that's difficult against conversion paths.
Yeah, it's really tough, but I mean, hey, there's the fragment doing its job. Life goes down. Gonna have to watch Vikashu coming in through doors, though, as a second prong to this attack. The other Tyne coming in, and, well, actually, he does do a pretty good job of it. Spirit C1 as well. Brings numbers into XLG because, well, Raga is on the flank with a double. Now we're into red time. Lysor's getting involved, and Spirit C1 just gets shut down. They have no one watching the flanks, Obi.
I need to see the replay because there had to have been someone watching it for at least a little while because...
Surely.
Vikashu came through mid-door. Charlotte.
Yeah.
So what is this timing that occurs? We don't even get to see the timing that occurs. My guess that he was up far enough mid, the audio cue was just out of range, and that we get Raga coming through B main is the only feasibility for that round, and that's probably why DRG now have so many players playing B side and still have that Vikashu lurk in mid, where Raga again could be the interfering factor here.
Now, I'm gonna have to go back and just stare at the minimap for that round just to see what went on.
Here. Okay, Vikashu safe cross it on the mid space.
There's some players. There's information. Fragment again to delay, and it gets another kill! This grenade should not be finding this much impact. But No Man's having an absolute field day with it. Now Raga doesn't clear the close angle. Donates the rifle to Vikashu, and Lysor's teleporting in. Despite this brilliant start that No Man found, XLG are crumbling a little bit here. They're just going into these 1v1s. It's a thrifty round.
That thrifty felt like a handout. Like, they were making so many small mistakes, so many over-aggressions. From the Lysor TP to the No Man reclear. That one, I think, reclaiming backside is smart, but the way they went about it is so risky to a fault. And that's after, like we mentioned, there was a really nice combo to cancel out, and yeah, just so many mistakes. That's kind of the round where, when you have 2 timeouts, I would be taking one if I was Shulai Gaming, and they aren't. That's kind of like it would have been the perfect time, right? 6-11 before a double digits come back, turn around, but I think it's a one-off. They still trust in Sheila Gaming to turn this around to close it out. Side anchor challenge, Charlotte.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury being ripped as
is
well.
timing.
Happy Weight, it's still not tagged by it. He's dancing around the pillar. Raga through the smoke just gets rid of Spirit C1 up on the box. That's ridiculous. And now Happy Weight hits that shot. Are you kidding me? XLG came into today just not even considering the possibility of a loss. This is an unbelievable performance.
Wow. Again, saying that the Thrifty was a handout because the round subsequent, the full buy on both sides, it goes perfectly. The op shot out of the Nebula. And this is what I think Happy Weight was going for on the pistol round, right, when he was playing the timing around the Poison Cloud. That was just a masterful Viper anchor. And up another map point for XLG here on map 2. Again, the weakest map that was going to be in this veto for them, and they are putting up a stellar performance nonetheless. No. DRG. Half by fast. Raga again an opener, and the overdrive immediately comes out to lack punishment. Lack consequence. Not giving up though, Charlotte. Still the ace split is the end goal.
Yeah, let's go for this. Nick's done well for a double.
Bit of a shock
Damage
this op.
being dealt. Yeah, shock dart is going to be massive. Planting in a little bit of a safer position, going to be more difficult to actually hold post plant angles on the spike.
Oh, Flexen has great
Nick's
timing.
fallen to the snake bite. Flexen's good timing is only good for a single kill, and now it's up to Vakashu in a 1 versus 2. 21 kills already. Certainly known for his clutches. XLG looking to try and play this one together, but instead Happy Weight just goes solo and gets the job done. Another game that passes without too much consequence, without too much ado at all. XLG, just a complete domination so far in this lower bracket final. 2-0, and now DRG's second map pick of Haven is going to be what they have to rely on to prevent a 3-0 smattering.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think this is at all the way they expected this series to go. You mentioned Life's confidence in the press conference. I do think Haven's another map they could have a chance to turn things around on, but here, right, this was XLG we saw when they don't have a strict game plan like what we saw all over on Lotus, they still are able to be carried through by individual performance. And I think this map was a bit closer than Lotus because Spirit Z1 was online, right, alongside Vikashu. Life as well, I think, started picking it up towards the end, but again, we need those three online at the same time for them to have a chance. And I think on the flip side, right, you mentioned some of the players that are having a bit slower of a showing. Was he going for the knife kill? Like some of the people that are having a slower showing on the Sheila Gaming side, like Happy Weight, suddenly heat up and get what, back-to-back multi-kills to close out the map. Like, again, this feels like a team effort for Sheila Gaming through and through right now.
Yeah, it really does. Like, despite what we've been saying about how we're expecting this to be a close game, it feels like there's only really one team in the server, and we've seen some sort of signs of life now from DRG, but it's not quite been enough realistically into this. Obviously still more to go, and there have been improving throughout the day. Double pistol, let's not forget, on this 13-6 loss, which certainly helps you get a few rounds under your belt. I'm just not quite seeing enough to convince me that this is a DRG team that's going to perform in the rest of this series or in London potentially.
Yeah, it just feels very one-dimensional, very strong-handed, strong-willed. But all in all, let's take a listen on the comms that made this win possible.
Remain happy. Could be under window.
Okay.
I'll check it,
You got contact.
Okay.
Last of all,
Ready? I'm all off. One city. Left side.
It's small.
Side clear. Side close clear. Close in. Close behind the wall.
爆能器落在 B 区，
I got
对
30秒。
来带屁股，老手，你带屁股，老手。
I want you to
I watch you in breaking wall smoke. Holding smoke only.
Holding elbow.
I will update
can
smoke.
window.
I will update smoke, okay?
Yep.
I just hold smoke. I just hold
4v2,
smoke.
boys, 4v2.
Guys, I just hold smoke. You can pick up me also.
we have full left
六
side,
准备
bro.
pick 我。
我要屁股。
来这边
We're good,
准
we're
备
good,
pick
we're
我。
good, we're good. Just stay like this, stay like this.
你再续个一样的烟行吗？
不行不行，我有 timing。
好
你。们稳，你们稳。
Violet tunnel, Violet tunnel.
There's one more.
Nice, good job.
Oh,
3 seconds hold there.
Break
OK。
a wall,
I'm gonna flash heavy peek, heavy peek. 3, 2, 1, pop.
来，
let me 收底 let me 收底，救。
holding for you damn。
I have ulti.
这样出去。
Yep.
这样出去。
Shooting.
I play time. Guys, you can play. I play time.
One break a wall. 哎，打 break a wall 了。
Pick me up.
What?
Nice.
Braga is unbelievable at this game. He got 356 ACS here on Breeze and got 301, I think it was, on Lotus, continuing to perform, and 25 kills throughout this map, all over the map as well, Zobi. What a performance.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell where he played post-plant, I think, more than anything, on the B side, right? We saw it even in that team comm video, again, running that interference on tunnel, on wall space. And again, wow, that's even worse than the Lotus one was for the player, in fact,
Completely
right?
full hexagon.
That's crazy. That is just so... And he's gonna be humble, say, yeah, it was alright.
Yeah.
Okay. That's Rarga for you, but... I think circling back to comment on the team comms as well, right? I feel like I was surprised by how vocal No Man was as well, right? Like, you have to be when you're the initiator, especially the Flash one, setting up a lot of those team late fights. But again, I think it's like nice to lean into then, again, and kind of reinforces the idea that we mentioned, that it does feel like a system that everyone's a part of, right? And even though we call this map very individualistic at times, there were then those shine out moments where they all did come together to form the complete picture needed to win out this map in such dominant fashion as a team that is going to be heading to an international event alongside you.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, for XLG, I think the real test will come on that global stage where they haven't really found much success overall. It's just really that one win against Sentinels at Champions. That's kind of the only thing they've been able to accomplish in international events, particularly poor showing at Master Santiago, let's not forget. So this is a real chance to get yourself back into this flow of being so utterly dominant and bouncing back after the loss to EDG, right? Now they know what losing tastes like. They don't want to experience that again and have been basically unstoppable so far today.
And we talked about the different flavors of She Like Gaming and all resulting in that final dish of success. But for Dragon Ranger Gaming, we start to talk about, okay, what can they do differently to find success? One thing here, I will note, they got a little bit more of the attack side that we got to witness, right? It was 0-0 on Lotus because we just didn't get into it a lot, right? And so we know that maybe if they're starting out on the attack, we'll check over on Haven and how that goes after the break, that there could be hope here. But again, the First Blood's mimicking the scoreline. Again, the retakes monumentally shut down, right? So strong for She Like Gaming. And circling back to the scoreboard as well, the series is going, I feel like, as expected in terms of the problem areas for Dragon Ranger Gaming. We mentioned it, right? Vukushu was going to be at the top of the scoreboard, win or lose, time after time, and we needed Spirit Z1 and Life to be online together. And we've now seen, okay, Life have a rough map 2, Spirit Z1 have a rough map 1, and when one is online, the other isn't. And that's where there just isn't enough firepower on this team to get past She Like Gaming's defenses.
Yeah, it really has been that sort of story all stage long as well in terms of the push and pull of that sort of duelist performance from DRG. Obviously, now we turn our attention to Haven. One of the two maps where we thought if DRG are able to win a map, it was either going to be Breeze or it was going to be Haven. Obviously, Breeze didn't quite go the way they were hoping, so now it is Haven where we go, okay, this is DRG's chance to get on the board to prevent this from being a 3-0. And now they have no second chances, already giving that sort of series point opportunity over to their opposition at the earliest convenience. So it all does come down to this map 3. An extension of play or a berth in the grand finals for XLG. That's what's on the line after this.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head.
Potentially the last bastion of hope here for DRG if they want to keep this run alive. 2-0 down. XLG now just need to win on Haven if they are to make it to the grand final to get that rematch against EDG. Zobi, it's been a rough time for any DRG supporters at home. Now it's their second map pick, Haven. Talk to me.
I feel like it's so hard right now to identify a win condition, a silver lining for Dragon Ranger Gaming. I mean, I think you mentioned the only one is that it is their map pick, and it's Haven, a map that they are 3-1 on. But even then, this is just the beginning of a very, very uphill climb of a reverse sweep comeback, right? Again, you have Split, you have Pearl, again, two maps that you've yet to get victories on this stage. Again, it's 0-3 on Split, 0-1 on Pearl, and either one being a loss results in an end of your Stage 1 run. And we kind of mentioned that Sheila Gaming we've seen two different looks from them on Map 1 and Map 2, and very similar results. So now coming back to a very well-rounded map like Haven that's very mechanically heavy, I just, again, the only win con I see, Charlotte, is for, again, the three players that always come to mind for Dragon Ranger Gaming between Spirit Z1, Vukashu, and Life to come online in conjunction.
Yeah, that's really what we're looking for, is to have a good performance from all three of those players at the same time. Because we've been talking a lot about the consistency of this Dragon Ranger Gaming team and how it hasn't always been there in terms of the overall performances, but then also from the individuals. As we head into this third map, again, the last chance to stay in this lower bracket final, the best of 5 in Stage 1. Obviously, Masters qualification not on the line. Both these teams already booked their slots in London. But in terms of the way that your stage finishes, if it keeps going the way it's been going so far, DRG will certainly have a lot to reflect on.
100%. And we were hoping that Dragon Ranger Gaming would be starting on the attack, but that is not how the cookie crumbles. Sheila Gaming on their stronger half. That you saw that 66% pistol rate chance here, and starting out C is no surprise there either. Heavy challenge on the Flexen, not stunned out, but outpaced by the Paranoia, and Rarga doing Rarga things.
Yeah, he does fall though to Kakashi. 14 HP, Spy Cam now finally being dealt with. That's a lot of time that's being delayed here. DRG, they won both pistols on Breeze, so looking to get a similar streak going here with all the kills going their way. Again, it's a promising start. This time we have to hope for their sake that they're able to convert the follow-up.
Oh, 100%. That was a really, really nice showing there. Again, a perfectly struck balance for Vukashu in terms of anchoring the site and getting out in time for that overgrowth as well. And then this reflood trap play off of the Paranoia, the Mad Dash from Spirit Z1. That's the coordination we've been desiring between Life and Spirit Z1. And if that is just the preview of what's to come, then I am definitely buying into the whole volume. So let's see if DRG can, in fact, make the second chapter as strong as the first. Deny a second round thrifty like XLG accomplished over on Breeze.
Time the focus is towards the eastern side of things. Early shots being sent towards a lobby, but Raga's already made his way onto the side. That bandit is lethal, but only good for one. Now DRG are starting to get involved. And while there's a decent bit of damage done, they still keep 3 alive.
Yeah, I was a little worried about the initial side anchors. I mean, you have Raga solo running in with the bandit finds the kill, but the Paranoia reflood from Spirit Z1. And Flexen was really, really nice there. So all in all, like you mentioned, they keep it clean after, again, we kind of saw some struggles there a bit out of Nick. And all in all, again, that's going to put a pretty decent bonus attempt together here. XLG looking like they only have 1 speed right now as well, which is to bulldoze through DRG. So if they have the construction permit, all in order.
Outlaw shot rings out already. Creeping closer to the A site.
Okay. Start out fast, slow it down once you get the A lobby space. Little fake drone to try and pull numbers over, but all it's going to pull out is the reclear A main, which may be counterintuitive to the end goal. Sheila Gaming better be ready.
Oh, hang on. Spirit has been able to take down Lysol with that Sheriff. In the A main fight, not really being too successful here. So instead, pivot over to B. A lot of nano swarms being popped though. Now here's the judge flexing. Finds one, trading back and forth, but now Leo brings things into the favor of his side. XLG in a 3 versus 2, but the spike has escaped, made its way onto C. Oh, Nick, are you expecting Leo's position? Yes, you are. upgrades should be able to be found here by the defense on this retake.
Like a bit split, even if Spike is planted for CT here. So put heavy pressure on Happyway to fight back into the site. This will somehow allow them to survive the long presence, though, from Life, and he just claps in and word on to Nick, so all is well now, suddenly. And should be able to deny the third round bonus, but a lot of losses along the way.
On Lotus, we saw a 1v2 clutch in the bonus round from WS Leo. Now Life is going to have to do something similar, but he's not up to the task. So XLG find that anti-bonus. A bit more damage than they would have liked. Only 2 players surviving, but they still find the round in the end. And that's the most important thing.
Ooh, that shot was nasty from Spirit Z1 again. We mentioned the procedure, the call to re-clear A long as soon as that drone contact and garage is made, and I think DRG played well around that, but Sheila Gaming completely canceled, lean into that C presence that was gained by the lurk, and that's how they were able to cap off the round. So again, we're back to that kind of now happy balance of scrappy and well-composed Sheila Gaming. So again, map to map, very differing appeals, but Iron Ranger Gaming buy-up is here. Matched on the Sheila Gaming side, and once again poking and prodding multiple avenues across the map to get no man into place.
So one gets curious towards mid. Bit of information found, but not too much more. Life in this position does get cleared. Okay, so Raga finds the opening kill, doesn't take any damage for it either. Now the A site being identified, that's where they want to end. I mean, this seems a little bit unfair. Raga just runs him down. And XLG starting to really get secure in this. He can even wait to grab that ult orb in A main before the spike goes down.
Yeah.
DRG in the 2v5.
Call for the save?
I mean, it certainly looks like it. You kind of have to, right? 3 casualties already. There's no way you're retaking into A site. Notoriously the most difficult on this map to actually retake into.
No way we get 3 maps in a row with round 4 timeouts from Dragon Ranger Gaming. This time it's going to at least be a 2-2 tie, so I feel like you've got to get a little bit more intel on what's going wrong, but that's up
a
to
fun
Nathan
pattern,
D.
actually.
Yeah.
4-0, 3-1, 2-2.
He's satisfying.
By
But
the time we get to map 5, DRG will be sweeping.
if we make it to map 5. Sheila Gaming here. I mean, you mentioned it, right? Rarga's having already a great map, and I feel like that's, again, a differing look from the first 2 maps where we've been singing the praises of a machine-like system where every part is perfectly synchronized with the other, the gears meshing, and here this is kind of like a Rarga Go Kill map, honestly. The opener just swinging to the entry, and I mean, everyone there backing him up, at least, evident by that refrag from Leo, but, oh, 2-2. No timeout. The streak's broken, Charlotte, but that's because DRG have a very clear plan in mind. Look at the mid-scaling.
Heading in. Again, Raga very quick on this Neon. Taking a space already. There are 3 players here on the anchor, and Nick's found a double. Zeke's now being invested. But he's quickly fouled. Lysol still on the site, gets dealt with in kind. Spike is the real problem here.
Oh. And the Spirit Z1 flank is too.
Yeah, Leo has to try and recover the spike, but Flexin doesn't let him pass.
This round's over.
In trouble. Yeah, Spirit Z1 on that flank, and Fukashu has that crossfire established. There's signs of life here. This is a lot more positive for DRG.
It's giving me flashbacks to the swing round on Breeze, where we finally started getting signs of life when they fought into mid door on the Dragon Ranger defense side. And here, that's kind of mimicked by, okay, this cage, this backside sight smoke, right? It's DRG trying to reflood in and not let them in, not let them go for the plant. And I think that's where they're finding the most success and where they are once again leading the series. Now, no timeout needed. Ult cycles in their favor for the first time, it feels like. Curious to see if we'll get an overdrive on this round. Or convergent paths, but Spirits, you won. We've got to see XLG start expecting these walkdowns.
Yeah, we really do. He's finding form, continuing form, really. Over from Breeze. Rikashu now with that spot. As one, at least XLG are giving this a good attempt, trading back. Now the player in Garage has been spotted, like Saw. Good for one, now No Man gets involved. The 1 versus 1, trying to send in some shots. Flexing on the other side, just with that phantom headshot. The aim punch, too much for No Man to overcome. And DRG are starting to extend their lead here, Zobi.
There we go, and it's individual players as well finding their footing. Flexing, for example, 5 and 2 right now. Winning out that 1v1 clutch is going to be huge for the confidence levels. But again, it's here, not letting them on site. As soon as they're out of the choke point, we get the conversion paths, the refight, the paranoia, everything just to keep these players isolated and taking 1v1s that now suddenly, while on Breeze when it was scrappy, they were winning the 1v1s, the 1vx's. Here they are losing them, and whew, we'll say it, but it does not look happy.
I mean, he's always very passionate in the timeouts, no matter what the situation, but certainly looks to be having a slightly worse time than we saw on both map 1 and map 2.
Well, now this time the first one to take a timeout as well. Unlike the first 2 maps, and try to think back to where things are going, where they've been going wrong, and I don't know, I feel like we've seen very, very similar rounds from them. It's again, start with the A lean, get the KJ deposited garage after breaking the Cypher utility from the Sova, and then regroup. And I do think that the recourse feels like to address mid-space, mid-control that Spirit Z1's been taking. That's the logical fix here, is to maybe just start with a mid-fight, especially when I'm assuming after back-to-back buys, this should be an eco round, Charlotte. Yep, there it is. So yeah, going B, I think it would be a good call, but DRG, look at this. Both lanes occupied, 2 garage, 2 front B. No man, I don't know if you're gonna make it out of this one.
Yeah, he's certainly in trouble. Rogger's gone for a hero rifle as well. We're down to 600 credits. Gonna be looking towards him to get something done, but instead, he's the first to fall. As XLG just get completely shut down in that one. That's crazy.
Well, that wasn't even 10 seconds, was it? Oh, we mentioned addressing that mid-space, that mid-control. Need to see more util invested into the engagement, and I want to see them run something like that back on the buy round, right? Because Nico, again, it's predictable, go B, go garage are the go-tos, but ooh, look at that! Well, we had Lysor hit 2,000. Is this kills? We'll get a confirmation from our amazing translators as well that this is in fact for life as well, but
oh, it's brutal again. This mid-fight completely won out by DRG. Raga with the overdrive though.
Wait a minute.
Comes back in with it. That's big. Now they have a 2 versus 1 on the C side.
Yeah, you can play for the paranoia off of contact here as well to set Raga up. Judge is the only fickle part of this equation. Doesn't even matter. It's factored out. Lysor. And I didn't expect to go that fashion, but we got the rerun on the mid fight that we asked for. I guess I thought they were still showing a replay for a second when I'm seeing like Life get a 2-piece. I'm like, this is going the same exact way as the eco went. But no, here it is again, window fight. You know exactly what they're walking into this time around, and at least some of the trades go their way. It really does come from Raga again. Again, I need more util. I need some more util in those fights, but again, they're running back the mid-fight round after round, and DRG finally are declining the invite.
This is kind of a big difference between that Sova and Sky, is XLG don't really have any flashes to get themselves into these angles. They have to take those fights pretty much dry. You've only got 1 paranoia to work with. You're not using that at the very start of the round. This time, no XLG. Very quick control of the B site. And the mid-fight uncontested this time around. Now Viper's Pit on the side itself.
I like this framing around mid-door as well. Swarm going to delay. The Sova ready for the backstab as soon as pressure is relinquished. It's going to be difficult for DRG to get back into.
That's a good start though. Lysor goes down. Happy Weight pinted up, still with the shorty, good for one, and now a lot of damage being dealt. It's Carnage inside the Viper's pit, and now there's neural theft to get that information. They know where Raga is, they know where No Man is, and they both get shut down. DRG finds 6.
And the jacket is off. Life's back on his feet. That 3-piece was magnificent, right? You saw the game plan for Raga was to send the fast lane out, was to tuck behind it and get the solo player that was on the spike, and it's this shot right here and this follow-up as well from that overdrive from Life that just is enough to draw eyes and get that pit down. Really nice tackling of that retake. And I need to see the scoreboard, Charlotte, because, yeah, look at this. We asked for it. It's delivering. Life, Spirit Z1 at the top, and DRG is winning. What a concept.
Yeah, that's what we've been asking for. Happyway outdone on the early engagement yet again. Spycam gets so much information for DRG. No Man trying to fight through Garage, but Vukashi is steadfast in his hold. It is just Lysor. A 1v5. Already taken the first. They claim so many more lives. DRG playing this smart just as a stack. This is the very definition of death ball.
And Lysor going hunting before collecting Spike and going for the plant here is peculiar.
This is reading this as well.
Oh
Yeah, he's been spotted. Might be your cue to get out of there. That's the professional term, of course.
Yeah. Should recover the spike. Should be able to get the plant down to a minimum. I think DRG's at least giving him that luxury, but zone turn away could cost him it. Yeah. There we go. Oh, still suspicious. Okay. Still no plant. 20 seconds. I don't think you make it all the way to A at this rate.
Yeah, DRG are starting to explore the A side of the map, though, as well. They're reasoning that he's going to be suspicious. They're going to be so primed for this retake. Much more than you might even think they are. I don't think he's got time for this.
Yeah, the dramatic irony, Charlotte, is all we can say about that round, right? Like, fighting demons that aren't there, fighting opponents that aren't there, and... is that Fukushu calling out Mr. 3K on the other side? I feel like, it's the most logical of what we were seeing on stage. Or it's his 3K he's calling out. But again, look at this. Paranoia, relabel. That is Spirit Z1 and Life setting each other up really, really well. Flexing as well, part of that bigger picture. DRG getting away with a lot of these early fights. And that's where you kind of want XLG to play, like how they played their Lotus attack, which was staying in spawn for like 15, 20 seconds, listening for you till having that double lurk set up. And they haven't done that. It's very, again, one speed, Raga go kill, and it stopped working a little while ago.
Yeah, that it did. Spirit C1 on this mid fight. That has been working. A lot of damage dealt to No Man, now just 45 HP.
I like the feedback pedal in Reclear.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, Spirit C1 through the smoke, though.
Yeah. Okay. That's a huge opener. Yeah, the lurk gets capitalized off of. Sneak bite to prevent Spirit Z1 from the refrag. Not from the Heaven Peak. Lysor.
Might be here a bit earlier than they're expecting. And Leo's just gone wandering with the spike. That's even more time taken away. And now a convergent paths potentially to be invested here by Spirit Z1.
I'd say it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, to secure the round, to secure 8 of them, no less. No Man's up close and personal. There it is. He's going to get caught by that ultimate. So much utility coming through. No Man's good for one. Somehow still surviving, but he was the only one left. That collapse onto the site is perfect for DRG. They've got up to 8. So much better than what we saw on either of the first 2 maps.
I need to see this Heaven take from Life's perspective there, because Happyway isn't hit by the convergent paths, right? He's the one that pioneers that after the players get kind of choked out there in CT. There it is, okay? It's off of Vukushu and it's off of that fast lane, just slice and dice around the top, and whew! Yeah, that was an impressive POV. I'm glad we got to see it. And just like that, like you mentioned, They're now on for their own 9-3 curse in the making. Money a little sour. Bulldog light shields aplenty on the Shilai Gaming side. And that, 83% of YouTube chat believers in Dragon Ranger Gaming on this map are looking strong.
Yeah, this is what we were saying though, probably DRG's best chance. At securing a map. Spirit C1 has gone exploring again. Through mid. He loves this window position, and the alarm bot just a little bit too shallow to actually catch him out on this. Now XLG just going into the A site themselves. Life immediately with its operator has found a double. He's even looking for more, gets more, might even get 4! A quads kill to secure the 9th round for DRG. No ace, but he won't care. That is an incredible round, an incredible half from Dragon Ranger Gaming.
I mean, I think I'm just so impressed by the close range op abilities out of Life here. Just so many of these shots aligning and around the Hunter's Fury as well. Reasons definitely to be celebrating on the feet. And yeah, this is going to be one heck of a map to claw back here if you are Shilai Gaming. Now, I'm not saying just like GG go next it by any means, but we've kind of primed how hard Split is going to be for Dragon Ranger Gaming. So they need this confidence to be sky high. They need against Spirit C1 and Life to keep up these levels of performance and see if they can keep it up at least for this map after halftime. And I mean, big air quotes, attack set and map, and you're down 3-9, Charlotte. How are we feeling about the XLG defensive opposition?
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, but I mean, especially for XLGs, they are more of an attacker-sided team in general, but this composition that they're running, I think, lends itself more to the defense. Again, they don't have that sky to really get themselves into sights. It was all the paranoia. So being able to anchor a bit more, obviously you want to get at least a little bit proactive, specifically against DRG, considering what they're going to be up to. I think they're going to have certainly a better time after the switch.
Yeah, don't have to worry too much about, again, these refloods and such, but I think I am more so worried about the anchor ability of players like No Man right now, of players like Happyway, just because this double duelist has looked so strong, so cohesive on the Shilai Gaming side thus far, that I think especially on a C-side double dive, like, No Man's just gonna have to probably respect the take more than anything, it feels like. And this is one corner they could get away with, I do think.
Man is looking to see if DRG accelerate from that early pressure, but that they decide to pull back from that engagement and to explore mid instead, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Viper Horde, KJ turret, that feels like the double stack side, at least the Viper's not too far away. There's a crossfire on B. This is gonna allow for heavy rotates right into the C flood, Charlotte.
It really is, and there's information that these players are coming through from Garage as well, so there's the paranoia to deny even a little bit more time, allow for those XLG players, to establish themselves in these positions. So now No Man's getting curious with all of his utility expended, looking for the fight. It doesn't go his way. A double kill from Flexin. Raga's flashed out in the open, but Lysol from behind. The Gatsa double. The spike dropped down as well. Suddenly, XLG into a pretty decent spot. Still a 2 versus 3, however, and Life can get healed up by this overgrowth.
Trying to stabilize here.
Yeah, oh my god, Leo has found a double kill. Collateral with the Sheriff. And Lysol 3 kills to close out the round just like that. The snap of the fingers. XLG find that retake. I need to see Leo's POV here, though. I gotta see what happened.
Well, we'll start with what kicked this round off. The overzealous exploration. And There's your Leo POV. A little collage, just like a 3-2-1 swing going awry here. But Lysor, again, the one who really gave them their way back in. That full house alongside Leo's double with the Sheriff. And like any good 9-3, much like even DRG's attempt at that comeback on map 2, it starts with a pistol victory. And now this buy-up intentionally light for Happy Way, probably for a Vandal, Phantom in the next to try and bonus out the third. So now the question posed, how clean can they keep this round?
That's going to be the name of the game. They've let Life get all the way past. Lysol's still up on this box, but completely undetected. There's the first kill. Now can drop down. Still the player upstairs, but instead it's the ones on the site itself to deal the damage. XLG are getting cut down here. There's now a 1 versus 2 for No Man, and he's not been having the best map. Does have full health, so I mean the Outlaw isn't going to one-shot him, but still has to find a way in. The player tucked close on Graffiti. Is he going to check it? Yes, but it's not enough. Oh dear.
Oh dear is right. We're talking about the third round bonus, getting set up. Nope. Pistol into Thrifty. DRG finally get back at them for the 1 over on Reason in the worst timing possible here. Yeah, just a little overcommitted again on these early round fights from XLG. That's what made the pistol round so close as well. And this was a beautiful crossfire to close out the round as well. So double digits for Dragon Ranger Gaming. And the majority of YouTube chat, not a believer in the 9-3 towards overtime. That doesn't mean they're not believers of XLG making the comeback, right? 13-10 means no overtime, but not in VOT.
I'm surprised that 40% of people still actually do believe in the overtime, actually. That seems quite high. 10 of 25 in that regard, but for DRG, again, playing this anti-eco, just clean with it. A triple kill from Spirit C1. And Flexen's got the oversight onto Leo's position too.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Rarga. 2 of these players are half HP. One of those being Spirit C1. Aw. The relay bulge is too clean. The triple swing too clean. Dragon Ranger Gaming trying to take this to split. They've started, again, that uphill climb that we mentioned. They've, set the safeties on the mountainside. And they've just gotta lay up it. So, here we go. 11-4. Chance of slipping away. A must-win round for Shilai Gaming here, or it's map point and you have nothing in that arsenal.
XLG still have a timeout left in the bank as well. I was thinking maybe they might want to go for it before this round, but instead, Voya and Steady trusting in the calls that Leo's making. Inside the area of pressure though, focus here from XLG. DRG fighting in. 0-1 for 1.
Flexin.
Okay, that's certainly quite bold, and now No Man, boys, he's caught in No Man's land, ironically enough. The convergent path's just a bit too good. Now the 1 versus 2, Lysor on full HP, just trying to pepper these shots in towards the site. I mean, this round is chaos so far. Spirit C1's only on 33 HP. Lysor's making the wraparound from Garage. Spirit C1 expecting it, potentially. But Lysor wins out the round regardless, keeping his side in with an opportunity.
Yeah, Lysor's best map individually feels like today, especially impact-wise. Just crazy closeouts, crazy clutches, and this round is no exception, right? Getting that conversion paths out is huge. It means that you're not gonna have that one grand finale-esque round, it feels like, for Dragon Ranger Gaming, at least for the time being, to get them to 12 or to close out the map. And the only difficulty there is that it wasn't as clean as it could have been, right? So this, again, light shields, the Judge versus DRG are barely dented, and they're saving up in other old departments. Again, Overdrive, Seekers, and you're almost hounding them with how they've been addressing the Seaside Anchor.
The Killjoy utility all gone. The information around the map. Raga up close, there's the judge, a second player, but caught in two minds as to what to do with it. Now Neural Theft gives his information away. He's happy. Wait, feels like he has to go for the swing. Gonna get punished for that decision though.
Yeah, good setup. Falls short as soon as contact's made. The reactivity breaks down.
Lysor
the Lysor's
again.
clutch Gene does not. 2v2 suddenly. Fukushudnik looking to take the fight into CT, but the Owl drone spots it out.
Lysor's on 30 HP here though. That's the real danger factor for XLG. He can't really take much damage, and now there's been a lot dealt to Leo as well.
Owl flash too.
45 HP, they don't have a flash, and Fukashu's clean with it. That's map point, a 12th round secured for Dragon Ranger Gaming.
No Seekers, no Overdrive expended either on their side, so this next round is going to be a very, very difficult attempt out of Shilai Gaming. And again, I would not expect Dragon Ranger Gaming. I thought Dragon Ranger Gaming were gonna go C again, but this is why they're the ones in the server. They expect the hefty C stack again. They've been burned by that anchor too many times now, dragging them under. And Leo, have fun.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it, if a comeback happens now, it would certainly be very impressive. 40% of viewers in the chat that thought there was going to be an overtime might be feeling a little bit silly now. Feel a bit silly to vote against DRG at the very least right now, because they are feeling themselves. Spirits the one on 20 kills so far, and DRG already have control of this B site, but Hunter's Fury will force them back, at least for the time being.
Maybe Nika, but you gotta invest everything. The Reflood immediate. Isolating a few will give some upgrades over. And they have snuffed out any sort of B follow through. This is a nice opening, Charlotte.
DRG,
They're ready for the swing. Look at this.
Stalled moments. This has been spotted up top. Like I say, an upgrade to potentially be collected here by XLG, and now pop flash through. DRG still want to get into this B site, and they've dealt with Leo. Lysor also falls, but not before he can get another kill for his side. Now we're into red time. So incredibly low. Still more stall left to come in. Raga could play spoiler here, but Flexen has been able to plant this spike. That's the first kill. Nick in the corner, gonna have to hope for an ace. But no man is there with the Marshall. Somehow, some way, XLG keep going here on Haven.
Ooh, and more than a deep breath though, Charlotte. It feels like a last breath, right? So many of these rounds are coming through by a knife's edge in Shilai Gaming's favor. The Lysor clutch, now the No Man clutch. Again, the stabilization these late rounds have been so impressive from Dragon Ranger Gaming, and this time from Nick, so it does feel like they are sharing a piece of this pie on Haven in the DRG camp. And I think with these heroics, it feels like DRG have had enough, and they're going to be the ones to call a timeout. It gives away a chance to as well chat with the team to see how they can get the next 6 through in succession. But Charlotte, I'm not convinced until I see the ult cycle reset for DRG. XLG can complete this OT turnaround.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement there. I'm still surprised that XLG have only taken one timeout throughout this game. Obviously, at this point, you can't really take a timeout because you either give DRG an opportunity to try and fix their mistakes, or, well, you've lost. So, overtime is the hope, but like you say, 6 more chances for DRG to close things out, and they should be able to set themselves up for an ult cycle at some point. Maybe even just...
I feel like they have it now, right? They have to have the Seekers in the Overdrive. They've been sitting on it, right?
Yeah, how many ults do you try and bank up before you decide to expend them all? Because you wait too long and you won't get a second chance to use them all up in the path.
Yeah, well, we'll get our answer here soon enough, and there it is. Seekers are still 2 off, actually. So I guess they did use them. Maybe they just got obliterated instantaneously and we missed it. But 4 out of 5 here for XLG. I think XLG, I do not want to see them use all these at the same time, even though they are, again, 1 off from defeat. They need to pace them out, spread them out. And, they can do that. That would be huge. Pit to start. Again, trying to remedy these seaside issues, the double dive. Opener is nice as well to shut down the eco start.
Yeah, with the Spectre as well from Leo. Economy still in trouble here for XLG. Here goes for another swing. Whereas here just waiting with this judge. He should be able to find some impact, but again, this Neon movement hasn't been looking the most clean. There's 3 outlaws from DRG looking to try and punish this economy from XLG.
Swear this other game
on the A
ends.
site. I mean, it very well could.
3 outlaws and an overdrive. And I agree. If Ruger just like keeps the judge out on these chokes, very different game. But for now, 1 outlaw spotted. Again, they're holding a lot of closer angles now, so not as many opportunities for these sniper rifles.
Somehow that flash doesn't connect, just being blocked by the toxic screen. Happyway stunned, but not cleared. Bit of false information given over by the flash there, and the transfer is clean enough. It's the cashew for 1, but the final 2 evade him. XLG, again, keep fighting back.
I'm just gonna say it, my Vandal transfer spray does not do what Happyways just did. Continuous. Connected. Just like that, 5 rounds away from overtime here for Shilai Gaming, but again, it's costly to a certain degree if it weren't for the heroics.
Yeah, only 3 casualties still.
Again, Light Shield, the Judge, are repercussions for it, but again, I think they did a good job leveraging the ults. Right? 1 pit, 1 round. The Hunter's Fury, the round. My concern, though, is again, they have yet to, it feels like, to solve this C space. And that's where exactly DRG are headed.
Well, they know the Spirity 1 is up on plat, but he refracts away. Now the Seeker's being utilized to get a bit of information. Still, these players backside persisting. And Raga looking to fight through the dark covers with this judge.
Whoa.
XLG are here in droves to prevent this sight hit from coming through. And Leo, that's ridiculous! Just sprays them through the wall. Unreal. Fukashu at least answers back, but now Lysol's on the flank, has that paranoia nearsighted to try and shut him down. A 4 versus 2 for XLG.
They don't know Nick is here.
Issue.
Wait, is the turret gonna come back online with Nick right in front of it? Oh, it's not in time. They're all flanking.
They're gonna know about the A site now with the spike going down, though. There isn't really much flank utility for DRG because Fukashu's gone down.
1 flash, 1 dog, no paranoia for Flexen. Decides instead as a result to play in sight.
Takes some damage on the drop, though. Gonna have to do so much and can't do it. Now Nick is called upon. A 1 versus 4. First tap on the spike. Now Raga sticking it, guiding light through the smoke. What can you do, my friend? The answer's absolutely nothing. Now there's only 4 rounds in it, and suddenly my belief starts to creep a little bit higher.
Yes, and they finally solved the C side, it felt like. Whether it was gifted by Dragon Ranger Gaming not being willing to take that dive in the back site is hard to tell, but yeah, the spray from Leo crazy, and I really like that instead of playing for the 1 and done, Raga instead refloods into the site to aid Happyway back site. That was a big switch up as well, and that is enough to very, very early, it feels like, draw out the Dragon Ranger Gaming second and final timeout here on Haven, with still 4 rounds to go before overtime. And XLG, you know they're not gonna take another timeout after this. That would
surely
just be,
not.
yeah, like the round, like you lose a round, the game's over. And I feel like that more than just gives DRG, I don't know, that gives XLG such an opportunity here. Kind of confirm what is working and what they need to maintain and what needs to be that final polish on a 3-0.
Yeah, Nathan D and LT looking to talk to their team and fix some of these mistakes. Because like you say, XLG are certainly polishing things up themselves and really making this charge on back. The question remains, how far do XLG push this? Do they make it to overtime? You know, to the people in chat that voted for it, I apologize for calling you silly earlier.
I said 3-1. That was my pred from the absolute get-go of this series before seeing the craziness of the veto, the craziness of Lotus, and I still think I'm sticking to that, but XLG are making me also a believer in the 9-3. I'm a big 9-3 believer already.
Superstition.
Look at the money.
Winning the day, and yeah, a pauper's purchase really for the majority of Dragon Ranger gaming. Hero
Ult's the
rifle
big
on
wild
Kakashi
card.
though.
Nice good position. I think the ults are going to be everything between Spirits Z1 and Life to get them into this ace space, but the rotate's immediate. XLG knows something is different.
Lysol's going to have to play this position a little bit more proactively, it feels like. But there's a brilliant recon. That reveal is perfect. Overdrive completely denied straight away. No impact from that ultimate. XLG barring the gates. DRG
Wow,
just, yeah, they've got a retreat.
And it was Nico, so Vukashu wasn't lurking, right? He had one of the hero rifles from Life, and I like how careful DRG were playing this, right? It was no, or sorry, the XLG was playing this, no hard commitment. It was just the spray through the Radiant Knight box. Again, they didn't want any players falling. They want to strengthen the economy for the last 3 rounds after this win. And they don't want to hand any of these weapons over, the numbers over. DRG, though, don't completely give up on A. Go for the re-engage, Leo. Doesn't
That's
commit.
a big spot.
剩余30秒。
Dart and 5 too. It's gonna be further confirmation. With 20 seconds to go, you know they're ending here.
Yeah, can't go anywhere else. And again, Happy Way's looking sharp. He's turned up after Breeze, which was a rough map for him.
剩余10秒。
Lysol's getting involved. Oh, that's just bad manners, man.
You can see while Lysor gets up to high five to fist bump, there's no more talking to the team on the other side of the stage. They are just locked in, toggled off easy mode, toggled on focus mode, and again, they were taking 0 risks here. 0
He
solo
looks like
fights.
He's cheating.
It was very clean, I agree.
Just literally
Okay.
one tap through the smoke, headshot. Yeah, sure.
I am worried again, though. It's like one good life round, one good Spirit Z1 round, and with that conversion paths online, this is a very different game, and I think that's exactly why they're running it back towards A. It would be a great setup to, again, stun run in.
Problem is, though, Fukashi now only has a sheriff thanks to buying up the rifle in the previous.
Well, you're hoping someone feeds him a Northleft corpse, I guess, on the opener. Feeds him a gun, subsequently.
There is that convergent path that you were talking about, Zobi. Looking to try and accelerate off of this. Life finds the opening kill, but again, it's Happy Way for XLG, locking things down on the site. XLG now have double the numbers of their opposition, and more spam through the smoke. Happy Way's on for a triple. And it's the shorty of Leo to find the close.
Yeah, Happy Way has stolen the Mr. 3K title from No Man, at least for this map and the time being. And I just need to talk about how beautiful that round is, because Lysor has been conditioning that side smoke, Mike smoke. We're maintaining short control. And then suddenly he's playing back sight, just out of reach of this conversion paths, and that's where the reflood comes in, and they fight instead headstrong through long. And that cage is just too late out of Vukashu as well to keep the team alive, and just like that, 12 to 10. Leo. Like a bit farther forward, but DRG, they look helpless. They're just rerunning the same strat. Throwing spaghetti against the wall, hoping it's cooked and will stick.
And I just... This is a criticism that I had of DRG a lot last year, and they're falling into a similar pattern again of Fukashi, the hero rifle, completely like mutually exclusive to the buy from the rest of the team. So he's gone for this Vandal purchase again, but it works out this time. That's the first kill. Trading back on the site. XLG now finding security, but it is DRG to get success. Now upgrades in hand, a 1 versus 2 needing to come to fruition from No Man. He has the lockdown to force these players away. They have a view on the spike, from main. And that's the first kill, not the second. Well, if you're able to do that with the hero rifle, then my criticisms are rescinded. DRG just about squeeze it over the line in a 13-10. That 3-1 prediction still on Zobi, but DRG, this is a massive sign of life that we needed to see.
100% deny the 9-3 comeback there from XLG, and you saw XLG absolutely lock in as well, right? Stop making small mistakes, stop taking individual fights, and I will say Voya and Leo definitely got pushed in terms of solving that seaside anchor, and I think that's going to be a weakest point moving forward, independent of the VCT China region and ramifications in grand finals. But on the global stage, if this map is going to be a mainstay in their pool, and that's their first loss on Haven, actually, this stage, right? They were 2-0 prior, and I can see why, but see, again, DRG pushing them the distance already on this map, and Charlie, even after that, right? I feel like the energy is going to start dropping. You mentioned the advantage XLG has in some of these best-of-5 environments, and then you look at the map Veto and the prospects lined up. Again, Split is up next, a map you are 0-3 on, and then Pearl, which you are 0-1 on for Dragon Ranger Gaming. This would be the craziest of turnarounds here in the lower finals. And they've run through the gauntlet already. It makes sense for them to try and do it here.
Yeah, they are going to have to come up with the goods to have a way back into this round, into this match though, sorry. But listen, this was a much better showing. It's given me even just a small amount of belief that they do have what it takes to at least bring the fight to XLG. It was 12-5 to a 13-10. I mean, that is a difficult thing to take, even with that. But we'll hear how it happened in the team comms.
直接回行吗，兄弟们？好，直接来，直接来，直接来。
电击，靠近幕。
来不来？走，来不来？走。跑补。
我找到你了。
爆点。王。
爆能器落在 A 区。
还有一个在哪？刚刚那个狗，不知道。两个在我这里。还有一个 get 玩一面，back， 一个 A 大，一个 window。 One name, one two name, two name maybe. 可能是两。A 面 ，we can one, two. 不会进爆点。来，往下一球。A 面 ，no. Nice. Good job, man. Nice. Well play, bro. 我推黑要不要？他爆点有大。哎，你先别推，你等下推这个多，先拖这个，推这里可以吗？推这里。OK, ready. 来，推。来黑。 One guard.
你惹毛我了！
我知道。One side. Window. 哎，你帮我，一定要帮我！我帮你，兄弟，拿下！
Spirit.
All right, and asking we shall deliver, right? Both duelists coming online, headed by Spirit Z1, the player who finished off that 1-for-1 trade off of Ukashu to close out the 13-10, deny the 9-3 towards that overtime. And I think we definitely saw the full strengths of this waylay, right? Especially on that defense, getting away with the refracts, gaining that mid-info, that mid-space, and usually the first bloods, which I could already tell you when we get to the team performance, are going to be the big difference maker for this team. And I mean, again, it was Flex and finally setting them up correctly, and Life playing off of them as well, the bait and switches, everything came together exactly how they probably wanted this double duelist to play on other maps.
Oh, for sure. This is DRG at their absolute peak, it feels like, but even still, there is improvement to be made in terms of the small mistakes that we've seen coming through. 5 in a row at the end of things as well for XLG certainly gave us food for thought, but in the end it's the bitter taste of defeat that they're going to be feeling here, because that 9-3 just, they gave themselves too much to do in the second half. But hey, listen, Happy Way is back after a bit of a rougher time on Breeze, but even then he got like 2-3Ks to close out the map, so you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Happy Way being online is going to be important for Split in particular, but
oh, for sure.
DRG, we mentioned how finally everything started working for them, clicking in the system, and I do feel like for Split what's difficult there is their composition is so far-fetched for what they're used to. Again, Fukushu on the Vice, right? I feel like Nick on the Fade. It's just less played. And there it is, circling back. Finally, we get to see it. The big difference maker as well was I feel like they didn't even let XLG onto the sites as many times as they were previously, right? We know the post-plant conversion is what's super high for XLG, right? What was it? 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, like the first 2 maps, something like that. And even here, it's 50% for the times they did get it down. But again, it's that 6th. That's a little, no call out in that regard. I mean, why we share the heavyweight hexagon? Show us the DRG hexagon, right? It's like almost full still, despite the loss, Charlotte.
The one that actually has me a bit surprised is that the average multi-kills for every player in this match was 4.2. Like, that's what I'm taking from this hexagon and going, that's crazy high for the average from the entire server. But yeah, I mean, you could see it actually on the server. Like, these teams were trying to close out this game, particularly as we got towards the end.
Oh, 100%. Again, XLG was, getting heroics through and through and through, right? I feel like, and that's what was kind of carrying them through. And I think that's going to give them hope, I think, when we get to the individual side of Split. Again, our map number 4. But all in all, Charlotte, my prep was 3-1. You said 3-0 after the last, or after map 2 ended. So we'll see if we're correct or if DRG can do the unthinkable and finally get that elusive win on Split, Charlotte.
Yeah, that is going to be the massive factor here because potentially DRG's toughest challenge still awaits them. It is that 4th map Split after the break. Split is a map that has troubled both of these teams in recent times. Just yesterday, both teams lost it 13-8, actually. XLG against EDG and DRG against All Gamers. But it certainly favors G-Light Gaming in the overalls here, Zoe.
Yeah, no, I definitely went and did some digging after recognizing that it was 0-3 right now for Dragon Ranger Gaming. And it's not once, but twice they have lost to EDG on that map. Also once in the group stage. And you mentioned as well that for All Gamers, that loss for DRG on Split as well. So when you take that into account, like, oh, they're not losing Split to no-name teams, but to All Gamers and EDG, right? It does frame it a little bit better. The hopes, I think, for Dragon Ranger Gaming winning this map and pushing it towards Pearl. Which that map is one where you're like, oh, okay, you lost it to Wolves 6-13.
Yikes,
Yeah.
I do remember that one actually. They looked lost, I can't lie.
So this one, maybe Split higher hopes winning than Pearl, but you still got to get both of them if you want to complete this reverse sweep up against G-Light Gaming. And we saw G-Light Gaming them flip the switch, find the fix on that defensive side and lock in when it mattered. And I think that they aren't going to play super laissez-faire, super individualistic like they started off Haven, maybe with the ego, maybe being up that 2-0, getting to them just a little bit. I think now they're going to take DRG as an opponent seriously, and if they hit the round running, I think they are going to be just fine.
Yeah, for sure. This is still a map that, you know, our 3-1 prediction is still alive here. That's what we're looking at. But let's narrow in on the agent select here. Again, I don't think there's anything too unsurprising. If you're playing No Man Roll Bingo, then that's your third one ticked off. Now a duelist alongside, and honestly that's really what we can expect. I don't think he's been playing controllers too much, what with Lysol and Happyway on side. So that's a
That's a change,
line.
is it not? From yesterday? Am I crazy?
It's a good question.
I'm pretty sure they were playing a Raise Neon, and now they pull up the Waylay. I want to double check this. I'm going to fact check myself. Yeah, they were playing Rarga on Raze, No Man on Neon, and now Rarga's on Neon and No Man's on Waylay.
I mean, this
Big
certainly,
switch up.
This certainly, I think, is a return to what they've been doing before, right? We've seen No Man on the Waylay a lot throughout this stage and kickoff as well, and obviously Rarga on the Neon. So, not since the nerf, but it's certainly something more that they're used to.
This is what they played in their win, actually, the 13-8 up against All Gamers. So this very feels like, okay, we tried a new comp, we lost a new comp, let's go back to the old one, nerf or not, right? I think they just didn't like the trade-off of putting Rarga away from the Neon onto the Raze. But then again, Rarga was only 17-15, right? I feel like he was
wow, terrible
last time on Split too. I know, terrible.
They should fire that guy.
Speaking of fire, Phoenix. Beautiful transitions into our map number 4 of Split.
Oh, dear.
And again, for this map, let's look at our starting sides here between these two. DRG once again on the defense. We literally for the first 4 maps with the same starting sides, and then it flips for Pearl. Like, all right, let's get into it, Charlotte.
Again, that's if we see Pearl. But if the trends continue, DRG start these first 4 rounds 3-1. We shall see if that does come to fruition.
Hey, they broke it 2-2. Oh, you're trying to follow like the descending one.
Yerp. Both teams though equal in pistol rounds so far throughout the series. 3-1 and 3 lost for either side. So a chance to be the decider, at least for now, and Life has taken some heavy damage early on, but completely sits down Rarga. Just 12 HP, going in for more. It's a double kill from Happyway to bring XLG back into the advantage here.
A little oversight will give up the A side, especially when you have a secondary duelist like No Man to complete the entry. 2v4, split off, Spirit Z1. Start to pinpoint that he likes to flank a little bit. Lysor handles it with ease, and it's down to Vukashu. Once again, that Senti syndrome sets in of rotating and playing the clutch.
Yeah, for sure. Hefty damage out to Lysor. It was a dink from Spirit Z1 on that flank. Guiding Light does actually spot Vukashu. But XLG set to double up and double clear this. That's the first kill, but they swing together! Oh my god, Fukashu! That's unreal!
I'm about to say, that's one where you may not want to get up. You need to get onto the spike as soon as possible, but, look at the name on the... I just noticed the name on the baseball jersey. The God. And after a play like that, you definitely are playing like you are God. That is a crazy ghost transfer, a crazy clip to kickstart. And that's one of those that's a mental momentum killer as well for Shilai Gaming when it's the opposition trying to come claw back into a reverse sweep. And wow. You saw the game plan there. I just felt like it came too late. They needed to be swinging as they made contact onto the sky, not after the fact, right? Not after he had the opportunity to at least get that transfer. So again, respect the capabilities of those across the stage for you, or you could get burned like that and lose another pistol.
Yeah, they've really been struggling in that regard so far. Again, trading in DRG's favor, but XLG have a bit of space towards heaven to boot. Looking towards Nick. Yeah, he's happy to take those fights all day long. Now XLG look to head towards B instead. They should be able to win this foot race.
I think they're gonna give it up. I thought maybe Flexen would, but even a spike point here would be nice for XLG, considering some of the force-ups like the Bucky that they opted in for this round. Isor also could get a timing or impede a stairs take. There's options for this round still.
Right, now DRG starting to clear this with numbers. That's the first shot. The second one doesn't quite go his way. It was damage to life, 30 HP, and it does mean that Leo has a chance here. I don't think he's been spotted either behind Newbox, so now he's just creeping his way forwards. First tap on the spike. That forces him into action, but pulls out the utility. Flexen punishes. DRG looking clean so far.
Yep. Playing safe. Quickly a 180 from the overfight ramps that kicked off their pistol round before the Bukashu clutch. And then life of the judge was funny as well this round. And they just kept it under wraps. As soon as they realized they did give up B space, they just let it go. Got the plant. Got the retake. Now, Shilai Gaming again, Rarga. With the Bucky Force locked into the shotgun, locked into the judge. Well, I do think that what they're doing is trying to establish that Rarga isn't going in alone, that No Man is going to be following him up with an actual rifle, which is a nice standard compared to what we saw in Haven start working and then stop working. That's where we just need to see that follow-up and syncroning in. Right now, even on the pistol, No Man was lagging behind in that regard, and even this round is a bit disconnected. Just holding his back more than anything.
Certainly quite funny. They'll hit the shotguns, but Spiritsy 1's shotgun is better in the engagement. Now Life is close with Judge of his own. Looking towards Garage, Happy Way could be in a lot of trouble here. Edging the fight, but now as he does crest the corner, gets punished.
And they're playing 2 defaulted now, it feels like. Shilai Gaming hoping that one side of the map will give, but with the judges on the choke, the Bucky on the choke, just does not happen. And there's some semblance of a duo fight here, but again, it's avoided again, it's impeded. Now they have to backpedal into another shotgun.
Oh, no. Yeah, there it is. Spiritsy 1. He's looking for another. Doesn't find it, but I mean, surely there's not a chance here. No Man has to use that light speed to get onto the site. He's to be able to plant here. It does so. Now still Garden being utilized. Tries to play ahead of it, but it's taken away from him. 3-0 start for DRG. In, like, perhaps the demons of the past might not haunt them here so far.
Yeah, again, just comparing caliber of opponents, perhaps. And say that, okay, 13-8 or 13-9 aren't that bad And Vukushu as well, if he's having a game like this, it might not matter, right? That extra level of respect from the Steel Garden shown to get the 3-0, the bonus conversion on the table. Fully obliterate the economy for Shilai Gaming. Okay. No man, 2 off. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so Voya gives him a little bit of time to chat, doesn't like what he hears, and rips the first time out. I think... Talked about how in the first few maps, Shilai Gaming was very intentional with the orb collection. I could see some sort of default into an exec, because that balance was way off in the previous round. That utilizes the fact that they are close to big swing goals on this eco. But again, I need more intention out of Shilai Gaming right now, this map.
My storyline still has a chance to come true here, Zobi, as well.
What was your storyline? That was mine.
No, as in the 1 score after 4 rounds.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Obviously, they're acquiring eco from XLG. Stranger things have happened, though.
You know what? I'll be a believer in the Voya timeout and the 3-1 for you, Charlotte.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm not believing too much at the minute.
But how would it happen for XLG? There's your question.
That's the real question. Like you say, it's going to have to be ultimates, potentially. Maybe this judge from Raga, a little bit of a force up. But an outlaw on this garage line.
Ooh. They give up main. There's a lot for Happy Way to pause it, but Raga has to get this opener.
Oh, well, he gets one. It's not quite the opening kill, but a double to start is certainly better for it. Happy Way, oh, nearly gets knifed out by Spirit C1, but instead it's a 1v3 from Fukashu. He found a 1v4 in the pistol. Already one better than that number. Happy Way on low HP. And a weapon advantage for this defender. He certainly could be on for it.
Vukushu has not died this map.
Make bite fades, pushing forwards, Happy Way just about lands the kills. So XLG do get the round, and it is off the back of that judge from Raga. A massive double to open things up.
There's your 1-3, Charlotte. There's the thrifty one. And it really does come off the double opener from Raga and the backstab from Happy Way and that finisher as well. Life Sword I sprinkle on that mid lurk. That is a crazy kill. But, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're a Spirit Z1 out of options, right? You have 2 bullets in the shorty, 2 bullets in the outlaw, and all have been exhausted. So, great attempt, all things considered. But that is the exact kind of kickstart that XLG needs to come back from a slow start on this map. One that made it seem like DRG weren't going to have a rough time. But we've just begun.
Again, life on this ramp position. Oh, this time outgunned by Raga. Starting ramp with the judge.
Yep. More supportive util equals more supportive fight equals 1 fight. And
okay,
operator.
yeah. Again, this doppelganger action. Wele on Wele in that second engagement. DRG starting to re-explore this possibility of B, and XLG are taking a lot of garage space.
My guess is that we're gonna get a reprowl here. Yep, from Nick, confirmation made, and the rest of the pivots start to come through. Vukushu pops the thorns, fully commits, operator in position. It's gonna be a heavy team fight.
Yeah, this is gonna have to be absolutely massive. The flashes, though, not quite up to the task. Raga gets shut down. Counter spam through the smoke means Lysol can get one, but Spirit Z1 still here with this operator going for the hip fire. It's audacious, but it might not matter because Fukashu round the pillar gets a double.
Oh,
Lysol has his ultimate here though. He can afford to run to the A site, grab the spike and plant, but he's gonna have to get a move on.
At 20 seconds, we're getting flashbacks to the demons he fought on his Haven 1v3. Nah, this time he'll make it for sure. But look at who is already rotating over as well. Nick on the way. Good sight smoke for out in the open. How are you going to navigate this 1v2? Split up and with an operator.
Up the judge there? I think he was trying to go for the spike, but he swapped out his rifle for a judge. I don't know if that was what he wanted, but it's what he's got to work with. Now playing behind the box again, these close angles with this shotgun. Like you say,
wait 15 more seconds.
Look out for the better, but there's his gun that he's left behind. DRG.
You're gonna give him the
Taking
smoke,
their
it's gonna come
time
back
on
up.
this.
He's gonna have the
Yeah.
dark cover to play around. They're not gonna expect him to have a judge here.
No, they've got no idea, and he can now make his way forward. There's the confirmation. Still inside this smoke. Spiritsy 1 has fallen. Now where does Nick arrive? First tap. There's the second tap. Lysor. It works out in his favor, and he gets the clutch for the round win for XLG.
Oh my goodness, and the sidecam operators have a sense of humor, showing the weapon that he left behind, and the judge that will lead him to the 1v2 clutch. I mean, that is a full circle moment from the clutch attempt over on Haven if I've ever seen one, and it really just comes down to how much time Dragon Ranger Gaming took to rotate over after they were sure. You saw Nick rotate over sure this was going to be that A, and
What?
I don't know. And I agree, that is a big what moment. And that one moment continues. XLG into the next round. Feeling the confidence, the surge. They're realizing, okay, heavy Vice Util on the Choke A main. Let's high focus ramps. Let's get past Spirit Z1 and Vukashu.
Vexen has a judge here, life for the Bucky as well. Vikashi to fall first to the hands of WS Leo. Oh, hang on. Leo falls though. That's a spike drop down. No man has to play savior, but does collect the bomb.
The Happy Way is going to pick up that slack pretty quickly here.
I saw what's the player on this ramp play as well. Happy Way going to have to play massive, and he does. Life gets cut down.
Love it. Keeping Hero Rifles out of DRG's hands every step of the way.
That's a risky one to take though against the Bucky. Works out in his favor. Now Happy Way rejoins his other controller, Lysor, towards that A main position. Time keeps ticking down further. Feels like DRG not really going to get given a chance into this one. Oh, the Spiritsy 1 falling. Flexin's just going to go down to the spike here. Or even still, it's no man to seal the deal. XLG have tied us up after 3 in a row from DRG. They've found 3 in response.
I mean, that Lysor clutch is one that's, if this ends up being the 3-1, is going to be remembered for a while. And here it is again, like the idea, because you saw that Raga wanted to stay on that CT choke with the judge, but realizes, hey, this is their hero rifle, let me get it on the site with the overdrive. And then similarly, right, you could have had Happy Way stick around, go for the further vents push, but also gives it up after cutting off the rotating Bucky. Like, they just are playing so smart, low risk, high reward. Just like that. Like you mentioned, we're tied up. DRG, though, not taking it at face value. They change things up, right? They go a bit heavier on the ramp's pressure. They pivot the Vice to the B site on top of the operator. And as they make that change, XLG makes one too. Completely occupying this mid space for free. And once again, it's going to be Vukashu on a pretty stark challenge if they lean into B heaven.
Beacon being used as well for a bit of information. They've got the spot onto Vikashi through the wall. Leo domes him. Now Spiritsy 1 with this operator trying to anchor things down on the site. He takes down Raga actually, but nothing more past that. XLG find themselves in a 4 versus 2. Like being planted as well.
Wish Raga kept the judge.
Yeah.
Switch's guns get caught in the switch. That's a crazy shot, but it's still hefty numbers in Shilai Gaming's favor. Layers upon layers of flank pressure as well. Life trying and pinpointing no man's timing. Gives them hope now with a Cosmic Divide and an overdrive. With the high-low setup, how much do you commit?
Well, they commit the Nova Pulse towards backside, really about as well, but his XLG players unperturbed as of yet. Now Leo
We get
taking
the op get out.
a bit of a stronger line, and yeah, it might just be what they're hoping to find, but even still, that sniper rifle uncollected, too far away. Now XLG have the lead.
I hope it felt like the other direction from the corpse than towards the enemy there, maybe, with that mid-site smoke. But all in all, the lead goes back then to Shilai Gaming. Looking creative, changing things up, not getting too repetitive as compared to Haven, so that's also a nice look for them on this attack side. I was gonna say, this felt like a timing where It's like, okay, you've given time to your leader to come up with the fix, come up with the change, and see if it works, right? That was putting Fukushu on B, that was putting additional players on A to take that deep A space on the late tempo, and that didn't work. Now it's time to go to the drawing board, time to go into that first timeout, and this is I think where we've now seen the most even give and pull with the timeouts, most even score line, so I think we're finally getting what we thought this series would deliver as a whole, Charlotte.
Yeah. Funnily enough, though, it's another DRG timeout after 7 rounds. Obviously, this time it's not their second timeout being used, but hey, listen. Can't help but spot a pattern just for the vibes of it. Like you say, the attempted changes don't find success. I think, again, Leo did a great job of just outcalling in that regard. Switching things up at the exact same moment as their opposition.
And I will say as well, I think in the previous few rounds, it's not like DRG was taking deep mid space anyways. So it was also in that regard, you picked up on a tendency, you identified an opening that could then leverage in the information you needed to confirm if a change was made or not. And so I was curious, yep, if DRG, aside from this being in kind of a half-buy, no-shield, full Vandal situation for Fukushu and Spirit 1, I was wondering if they were going to go for a mid-fight. And look at this, no util, silent contact, I fully expect Sheila Gaming to get caught off guard here. The only difference maker would be Leo, a valiant sacrifice to keep the entire B main front alive. Look at the timing.
Very least they get the wall, and Leo has spotted players towards mid. XLG do accelerate off the back of that though. Now site control, Viper's Pit set down onto the floor.
Surprised they don't take alley space. ILO kind of set up here. They're calling the bluff on the flank actually through B main, which is surprising here from Lysor.
That Nightfall might just give them that false information, right? They go, okay, they now change their tune up to this Heaven push, but it's only split 2 and 2. And now here are the players on the flank being spotted on the site as well. The fights aren't going XLG's way. Now you're looking towards potentially Happy Way to get something done, but now the pit's falling and Raga dives into the fight. It's flawless from DRG.
Wow. Time got low there for a second, and that's where you just wanted a little bit more util, a little bit more retaliation out of them, but flawless navigation of the pit on Haven, flawless navigation here. And it really did come down to just not enough proactivity on the Sheila Gaming side, right? Typical response, you see massive numbers on the flank, you need to take space, flip the site. We didn't see that. They were passive in that Viper's Pit. Aside from Lysor fighting outside of it, but even he was unsupported, holding too many angles left to defend Heaven, the fight out off the Nightfall, and that main flank presence, which was never confirmed, never relinquished, nothing. A major oversight from Sheila Gaming there. Underestimation, perhaps, of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, you
all in
know
all,
what
though.
they say about assuming, don't you?
What do they say, Charlotte?
Make an ass out of you and me. Well, certainly assumption that there was no one on the flank. XLG look a little bit silly.
Well, if its silliness costs them a map, forces them map 5. For now, it just ties us up 4-4. They'll have another lifeline in terms of the economy game. 5-5. The ults, though, are what's been more impressive on the DRG side, right? Steel Garden already back. Last round one off of just the Nightfall alone. Leave so many resources online to strike consistency here.
Be feeling the pressure as they try and hit towards his B side. A big reveal, but Flexin can't capitalize off of it. Raga jumping into his position, still gets one, and now playing around it. Flexin, that's a triple. Now knifed in the back. But it's still 1 to the good here. No man. He's going to have to go crazy. Picks up the spike. Now both players towards Heaven. Not dealt with. What a bonkers round here, Zobi.
Yeah, ends the Phantom moment, but completely agree. Lysor getting the knife, again, getting caught out, reloading someone in the open when you know there's a player still in the close smoke, and I don't know, these executes just not looking as well oiled either from the Sheila Gaming side. You can see, again, the threat identification and attempts to handle it, but again, it's staggered, it's tradable pretty easily on the Dragon Ranger Gaming side, and they have now stolen the lead back in spades after that 4-round streak from G-Lai Gaming. And the issue here is I don't think either coach is going to use timeouts for the rest of this half, so you're just going to ride it out.
Right, you are. Oh man, already at 6 HP. Bounce through the toxic screen. Could have called him, but instead, killed up by that overgrowth and fight on towards ramps. XLG actually winning it out. Going in their favor. DRG still have numbers on the site, so that's where the Steel Garden gets ripped. But he's still one to the good, actually. Theo trading things out and Raga getting involved. His Vandal was not taken away. He puts it to good use.
I think Noman was the only one affected. He just played the information, the Trailblazer instead. Confirmed the site presence. Now they know the last two are heaven, and Happy Way can wrap it up with a nice little bow for the 5-5.
Yeah, again, so clean from XLG after suffering some losses towards B. They go back to what worked for them historically throughout this half, which is those ramp takes. Again, despite Life nearly finding the opening kill.
They're dead.
There's this jump round from Raga, and XLG can compound on their advantages from that point forwards.
Yeah, it was really beneficial, I think, to start getting some of these ultimates out on the DRG side as well, without round conversion, because look, they have, again, overdrive for this eco, they want it from the conversion paths. In certain mounts, the XLG is fighting into the stack, they want the orb at least to start.
Again, this B site has not really been working out for XLG, but no one does find an opener. Now Lysol's taking some deep space back site, not being cleared, but they're dodging each other. Ships in the night, but now there's the crash. Flawlessly taken by XLG. It's chaos, but they come out on top.
Chaos with a capital C, like... What? Lysorge's navigation of that minefield is absurd, right? Shorty out to shut down the overdrive amidst the fast lane, right? And then somehow, after refracting, proper time hinder support as the reflex come through on the eco from Dragon Ranger Gaming. It is just... And that's after, by the way, the Thorns fragmented any sort of semblance of timing XLG would have had. Like, okay, they've gone through it half, the 6-5, with the timeout intact, and Seekers now trophy to hopefully lead towards an advantage at the half. 7-5 here, op shut down. Flexin smoked off, no support found. He has to hold his own.
And Raga has been the opening death. He's shut down here early. Flexin though in the smoke. It's the cashew to be the real difference maker. Once again coming up with the goods, but there's a double from No Man. Now low on HP, convergent paths dodged by Nick. It's up to Lysor, 1 versus 2, the first kill found. Now Life rotating over from the A site. Here's the problem, Lysor doesn't have the spike.
From the shadows
his
available.
ultimate though, again. He picks
use
up a
it
judge
just
this time as well.
Do you use it just to get the spike from heaven and stay B? I kind of like it. It could throw some mind games. Oh, I heard the cancel.
But he's going to be expecting Lysol to be pushed up so aggressively. Might have been watching for it, but that's snappy as anything from Lysol.
I'm going to say right now, this is one of those Lysor games where may not be the top of the scoreboard between Haven and here, but if you ask the team who's the MVP of this series, they might just say Lysor. For rounds like this, for rounds like the last time he had the From the Shadows, right? He looks like he's having fun.
Actually.
Yeah, with the plays that he's able to accomplish right now. And after a round like that, where you invested with the convergent path in as well, you can see the relief flooding the coach's face because of this player. And oh, that's how halftime goes. That's how G-Lai Gaming, after being up right now 2-1 in the series, are up at halftime for the 3rd out of 4th map.
I'm so surprised, but also not, that we ended up in this place, because DRG looked like they were starting this half so good. Right, the first 3 rounds go their way, but then you start getting the clutches come through from XLG, and after that point, they solidify themselves. The closest map that we've seen so far at the break, though, 2 rounds in it, heading into the second period.
Well, you mentioned it as well that to us, G-Lai Gaming are stronger on the attack side. I think they definitely were getting back to the swing of things, like the timings between a neon waylay versus a solo neon versus a raised neon, right? And I think we saw those growing pains. And for some reason, I'm thinking that on this map in particular for She-Light Gaming, I could see them being a bit more defense-sided if these players can play alone. Oh yeah, but Charlotte, what moment do you think the hands to the head, like, the doubt look was from? You think it was like one of the Lysor, like, clutches, or DRG just like hands like, they look stunned, no? Oh, was that from the... Project said that I think it's from the Vukashu clutch, is it? Huh.
Certainly a bunch of facial expressions on display, though. Both teams leaving everything on the server and leaving nothing to chance. Now it's DRG's turn to be on the attack as we do head into the second half. Round 13 underway already, and DRG have control of the A site.
Feels gifted. Looks like XLG are happy to play the retake here. Complication being flexing on the flank through vent, but for the time being, they get to play how they want. Happy way.
Big kill inside of vent. Question is, do the players down by heaven get unchecked? The answer, I think, is no. All the kills have come through from XLG. A collapse just like that, and we still stay even in terms of the pistol rounds overall.
And that round felt like it was hard studied and hard countered out of She-Light Gaming, right? The kill from Happy Way on Deflection felt like the activation moment. The flip switched to go into that site to play retake on that site. And you can see it, the dash in immediate, the paranoia flash combination immediate, and it connects perfectly as well. The follow-up, we talked about the dysynchrony, the timings. Still working on them, getting the Neon and Waylay back in conjunction with each other, but there it was picturesque coordination and support from that controller initiators on the duelist. So all in all, 8 and 5, not what you want from a 7-5 half. You want that pistol, you want that follow-up, and as a result, DRG just going 4 or 5 strong as much as they can at the B side. See what sticks.
Yeah, once more into the breach, but it's Braga to be the one to deal the damage. Double kill with the judge.
A snake bite from heaven. That's the heavy confirmation of the numbers leaning B side, hence the cancellation. Hence the A side lean, but not without leaving Vukashu to look for some leftovers.
And in the Vice Flash as well. To go hunting a little bit. Leo not deterred away from this A line either, so by the time that DRG do crest this corner, would be able to get the spot onto them, and does locate 2 players actually. That's the confirmation that DRG are the majority on this side. The spike drop down. It leaves everything for Vukashu to do. A 1v5 would certainly be something, especially with just a sheriff. We know he's been good for heroics before, but this is on just a step too far. XLG up to 9 rounds already. Looking clean on their defenses so far.
Oh, I was still looking like he was playing with Vukashu there just a little bit. Like I've pledged against you guys before. I can play out a 1v1 with the Stinger versus the Sheriff here. And yep, I like what you mentioned again. No over-rotation, keeping tabs everywhere on the map. Even when it was like the 30-second mark, the walk down off the refract from No Man, just confirming this wasn't like a late mid pivot, for example. Really, really strong, showcasing a well-rounded nature to this defense, which is going to be hard for Dragon Ranging Gamer to shut down. Best opportunity coming here, and now, obviously up against XLG bonus, but again, early info gathering frames the fight, frames the round well. Lysor. Solo on the site. Yeah. Keeps the paranoia, though, for time being. Surprised at how slow DRG are taking this round.
Feels like they're maybe anticipating XLG to get aggressive on one of these lines, but not come through just yet. Now Raga's starting to explore towards this A main angle.
Yeah. Sheer wall the Astra. I like the dog to set it up, and
nice kill, but another one coming through. Flexin deals with Raga on that A site, and now it does feel like DRG, sorry, are going to converge upon this eastern side of the map. Leo on ramp, somehow still alive, doing a little bit of delay, but now it is just Lysor. The 1 versus 4 situation he finds himself in. Coming through from Vent here.
Could have his fair share of clutches, not with a stinger.
Oh, now he's got a
Started by
Phantom.
a stinger.
The first kill onto Spirits. Sends out the smoke, fakes a TP into it, but Nick, not fooled, watching that heaven space. Now 6-9 the score. DRG back on the board and can potentially start to find their way back into this half.
Yeah, this is a nice mid crunch. Facing towards them once they know that there is no stat gamble play like you mentioned. Wonder if we're gonna see like a really fast switch up then from XLG with the mid stack and get our answer here. Just a little bit. Operator into vent. And again, a happy way at a close contact point to, you know, snake bite to get him out of a pickle if he needs to get him out of a jam. Since that Neon isn't as unshackled, this weapon.
Big fight, but being read actually by DRG. Spams through the box from Vukashu.
You know, they got the money for the up, so it's only logical at this point. Ooh.
Gets a catch. Looking around on this angle, there's 2 players. But now the spams come through, he has to get out of dodge.
I have no clue how that was not a clap, but we could say is that Life is lucky to be alive. Last time slid into vent, completely catching no man off guard. Here, it'll be Leo running contact.
A bit further forwards as well. And instead of ramp line.
Ooh, calling the bluff, going for the reclear. You have double flash. I'm surprised they aren't flashing down mid at this point with 45 seconds left. Just for that info. Trigger discipline.
Taking it with his face. Goes dry. Still 1 for 1. XLG remain a player to the goods. And no man's going to know he's under pressure. Spirit C1 jumping in and actually not being cleared here. No man, that's risky.
Yeah, was where that anchor was. Still risky that end here. Look at the op. Oh, Arga smoked off. 1 off from the overdrive would have been great to reflood into a nice spike plant, but now they have really good post plant hold. Vukashu on the choke. Vukashu looking for more. Paranoia or not.
Taking that fight individually, but Raga gets in on the site. Now here's the overdrive that we were mentioning. Spirit C1 melted by it. His laser beam's too much to handle. And now Vukashu coming in from main, not being cleared, not being spotted, has to reload, and actually only 9 bullets in the mag. Even with 0 actually available to him. Raga triples up. XLG find double digits.
If Vukashu had more bullets there, I saw the vision. I think he would have won that round. And that would have been crazy. It would have been literally like a run back on the pistol with him coming from main, but on the opposite side. Raga here. Whew. And that overdrive was everything. Again, very difficult to retake with the operator. And an early half timeout from
Not
the
too
opposition.
many chances left though, realistically.
Yeah, it's 10-6.
XLG 3 away from taking the series, so you know it's a good time to call it, to talk to your team.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about what's been going wrong. Because the defaulting into the site has a nice balance to it against the timer. And I do feel like XLG aren't clearing them early enough to get a jump on these rotates either. So I'm wondering if they can take advantage, take a little bit more risks early on into these rotates. Again, fighting into CT space, fighting into screens, before going to the spike plants. So I feel like that's the only difference we could really see here, right? Like, we haven't seen too much of their B, like, straight B main XX, and that's because Lysor has been really good on the anchor, really good at balancing the paranoia and when to get in and out unscathed. You're also not going to question, okay, where's Raga going to be with the operator coming to the next round? That's going to be a big factor too.
Got on the line here, Zobi. Comes that qualification to the grand finals, let's not forget. The loser here is eliminated from stage 1. Still with a berth in London. Plenty to prepare for in the interim. Saturate sent early towards this garage position, but Raga can't escape. Hacked by the Haunt though, and now 31 jumping in. himself a bit of space here on the site, and oh my god, that's disgusting onto Raga. Lysol teleporting fast is only good for one. It's chaos yet again. But XLG now have spike control.
Yeah, but the two players divided. I've pinpointed correctly that the player's stack is in heaven here, breaking on through. Flash. The Dark grows just further confirmation. Happy Way makes the call just to give. To play for the late regroup in B heaven here. Alongside Leo, and I like the call as long as they don't fall to Flexen. Who's now dropped down. So much util as well for Leo. And maybe they were also waiting for that Steel Garden to be invested as well. So now they've really put themselves in a good position, Charlotte.
I know Vikashi's out by the pillar. Flexen's position still unknown as of yet. That could be a real factor in this. Vikashi is still trying to place Spoiler here and jumping down. Happy Ways dealt with. So it's up to the captain. That's the first kill. Nearly gets the transfer. That was looking clean, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, huge eco round when they had, what, a Guardian, I think, 1 rifle going into that round for the Dragon Ranger Gaming side, and it really is Spirit Z1 able to find this entry, and again, proper timing around shutting down these mid-rotates as well from Bukashu. That open up this round, and again, I liked the start, the regroup from Leo and Happy Way. I just wish they played it out as a 2v2 instead of resplintering Alley and Heaven like they did after the fact. So all in all, I can say is Dragon Ranger Gaming momentum on their side, carrying that into Ramps fight, but with money soured, XLG stack heavy in the mid, and could shut down half of this fake split pie.
Oh, it's going 1 for 1, but now Raga's been dealt with, and Leo's position is known, so here comes Nomad to try and back him up. Instead, Flexen outplays both. Now Lysol's the only one left to stand. On this flank, might be good for one, and is, but it's scrappy, and now his position is known. Still with this judge. Getting shot through the wall. You think he's not long for this world, and he absolutely isn't. Maybe looking for a little bit more damage there, but really no harm, no foul.
Yeah, decent try for the eco, for sure. Also, I don't think you expect Flex and the Ash to be the one running in onto you in vent space. So again, DRG doing a good job of staying hard to call against in that regard. And all in all, we'll have to see how this next round goes. It's going to be a big litmus test.
If DRG have a chance to come back here, it really is this round where we get to showcase that, and immediately the shots going the way of XLG. I don't think Nomad's been cleared, but Vikashi aware enough, and now this Cosmic Divide completely shuts these retakers off. To go for the Flood, Lysol dealt with. It's so individual from XLG. They're getting punished. Dragon Ranger Gaming take it flawlessly to now only be 1 round behind.
All right. Okay, let's see. Big round here, Charlotte. Despite the broken money on XLG side, if they can make this hurt, if they can push it, get these ults out, they have a good chance. And that's where they're gonna accelerate in the mid fight.
Now that they do. Get a little bit of space. Look for a bit of information, but DRG playing this a tad slower. Oh, they're starting to flood back into this bottom mid space. But we have actually retreated from this position.
Okay. So LG's playing a few steps back after accelerating in the early round. Kind of tracking, it feels like, more so where DRG is going, guiding them. Happy Way finally shows some resilience, some resistance. That just gets countered, disrespected by the Convergent Paths, but they're doing the job they wanted to. They've gotten so many ults around on their eco, Charlotte.
Yeah, certainly feeling confident. Some kills go back and forth in response. It's not clean from Happy Way, but he's still good enough for it. No man on the site does get dealt with, and now it's up to Raga, but it's, oh my god, Fukashu again in those clutch situations to come up with the goods.
And I don't want to rain on their parade. Yeah, celebrate the 4K, but that was an XLG eco. And they used how many ults, Charlotte? How many?
I don't know if the Neon ult there was from Life or from Raga.
I want to say it was from Life, but I'll have to see in the next.
Oh,
Boy, make it seem like that was
happy.
because that's the round that could have been won. 100% that could have been a thrifty for Sheila Gaming, right?
Like fights one by one though as well. It's like frustrating.
It's that one. I don't even think they were trying to. I think they just tunnel visioned in on the Neon sliding into sight, and that's where Vukashu, the trigger discipline, not shoot the initial player, comes in, right, and then he transfers again, like the crazy Vukashu player that Vukashu is, and that's how you get 10 to 10. That's where you get to see, okay, what's left on their side ults-wise, what do we have left on our side? Because I do think they're starting to figure out what these A retakes want to look like, and that is great. It's just then, again, framing yourself in position to handle them, to win them, so that it isn't as much of a coin toss like it seems like it's been the last few attempts.
Oh. It's close. It's close, Sobi. Again, promising to deliver, as was Haven. A far cry to what we saw on Lotus, that's for sure.
Very, very much so. 10 to 10. Once again, the battle towards OT. Another double-digit affair map, and again, we mentioned it's so many ultimates. 3 utilized in the last round for DRG. Obviously, that Cosmic Divide in the round prior, so yes, they did use the Neon ult from Life. And that's where, again, Leo's one-off orb, Raga's one-off orb. They don't fight for any of that control, but they have a trap set for A main. They have Lysa where they've trusted on the clutches to trust in for the full stop anchor B side. Again, you can see how far back they're playing. Very reactionary on the XLG defense.
In this fence position, Raga. Probably hear Leo leaving. And now here comes the crunch, actually. Happy Way good for one, but Fukashu answers back.
Okay. I like that they cut their losses. They don't overfight, right? Usually they would launch into a counterattack and get completely shut down in that.
Oh,
and instead,
wow.
the reactionary affair benefits them, gives them the numbers advantage they would have searched for on the counter launch, and Happy Way. Nasty pixel angle. Flexin, not expecting it, but avoids it nonetheless.
Stays alive. I saw still by the pillar. Happy Way up on rafters. They might be expecting him to have dropped. But now here comes the Steel Garden. Happy Way still good for the first. And it doesn't catch out Lysol. He's still got his Phantom. The time is just too low for Vukashu to do anything about this one. So many clutches. He's not even going to get given the opportunity. No kills, really, in that affair either. XLG wrest that control out of him and wrest the lead back into their own hands.
That is a very, very big round, important round for the side of Sheila Gaming. And you lose that, and you're probably getting that 12th over because you're the one in the bi-state purgatory. On the flip side, for DRG, it's not the end of the world. It sucks you utilized your last big token ultimate to try and clutch that from the jaws of defeat, but you at least have a bye coming into this round. And that's where XLG, Seekers, one-off Overdrive are in such a good position. Even the Viper's Pit likely to go down in the mid-space. It's a hard round to lose, I'd argue, for XLG, but I've seen DRG do it before.
They absolutely have, especially when it comes to these Viper's Pits, actually. DRG have navigated them masterfully, you could say. I bring shots through that Viper's Pit as well.
Yeah. It's not as decisive and confident of a dive into the Viper's world, but I do think DRG understand that this B side is inherently weak with just Lysor anchoring it. Hence them navigating the double dive. This could be their ending tomb. Look at the judge.
Raga's close with the judge. And now Lysor back up on the box. He accidentally, I think, uses Raga as bait there, but still goes 1 for 1. Now DRG retreat again.
The Seekers from Leo as well confirmed the backstab from Flex and brewing into mid space. Now it's just a matter of Leo can survive and if he expects the 3-person pivot into him.
I think he certainly heard at least a couple. Falling back. Letting Happyway take this engagement
There's
from on the
15
site
seconds!
itself, but Spirity One's on the site, and despite the low time, DRG come up with the kills that they need. Eliminations on the site, and now No Man's left 1v4 if he even attempts this.
Doesn't look like it. Tucked away all the way in A main. Getting answers on perhaps what the Vice Util looks like. Maybe drawing in some players for initial engagement, additional orbs towards this convergent paths before OT, and looks like a few players on DRG are going to bite at the bait. And yeah, this is why we wanted consistency, Charlotte, is because, okay, DRG, just because XLG won the last, they could still buy. The same now can be said for XLG coming in the next round as well. So again, this is a very push right up to the crux of OT or not perspective. 13-11s or OT. I think that's exactly what we're playing for right now. Whose money breaks first? Is gonna be the question, and I need a replay of this breaking point on the B Heaven pop on this, because this site hold was terrific, like you mentioned. Raga and Lysor off of each other. It's again, is it just Vukushu? And the timing there of trying to go for these heroic plays? Yeah, it's like a mix. Okay. Spears Z1 had some really nice timing as well to draw eyes from main. That honestly was a team effort, and yeah, I would be frustrated in how that late round went too.
At the very least for XLG, see Flexing go down to the spike, so damages are at least a little bit higher. Oh my, this garage fight is so pacey. Coming in and let them get past. He's now trying to get to punish, but it's Lysor instead to deal the damage.
Yeah. XLG, huge pace change, huge defensive reshuffle, right? Your Omens now ramp suddenly, your Neon Sky suddenly be main, and after all of that DRG, and hats off in that regard. Flaxen just identify the weak point. Into B Heaven they go yet again.
Then Happyway trying to play those tight angles on that male walk up, but instead, Spirity One dives in. That's to his detriment. The spike's now dropped down as well. Pikashu answers back as he so often does. XLG need to be wary of Nick on main, but they're not wary of the players dropping in towards hell. Lysor's the last player on the site, but he's finding kills, teleporting away.
So safe.
He's escaped with his life. And now, the spike being planted, both these XLG players are in different positions from different angles. First being spotted, now flexing round the side. He might be able to isolate these 1 versus 1s, but now XLG double up, play together. This is smart from them. The first player comes around the corner, but again, it's 2 individual. And now Flexen's still got full HP looking for this fight. The time's still too low. Lysor unbelievably wins it out.
Oh, and 3 on the round to get to that map series point, and you cannot let that round get to you if you're Flexen, because again, we mentioned it, the consistency, you're gonna have another buy. If you let that doubt be in the back of your mind coming into an OT or not round, it is only going to affect you. And I mean, he's the one that identified that mid gap, called him into the B site so successfully, and it was just XLG finally navigating and realizing the timing here. The idea is to draw all our eyes to heaven, and then somebody punctures out of main. And while the main timing still ended up finding its mark, or I should say the Heaven found it because they tunnel vision in on main, it just, it would hurt to come this far towards the map 5 and stop at the finish line. But again, the buy is here, the Cosmic Divide is here. No, not big ultimates on the XLG side either. Maybe we can argue that from the Shadows and Lysor's hand it counts as one. But, all in all, DRG, what have you learned? Util ready equipped to handle the mid fight. Reshuffling again for XLG on the defense. And this is a crazy A clear. Flexin. Gotta be ready.
Again, feels like No Man's been punished on that sort of peak a couple times, but this time around, still setting himself up on that line. The question becomes, when does Flexin start to explore? The answer's now. And No Man just gets that spot and dips away.
Ooh, refight in a mid. I expected the judge to hold the heaven trick the entire time, but a little re-clear from Leo. Into vents off of that male side contact. Vukshu vacates, misses his timing for escape, and just like that, the players are going to rotate and be here to reflood into A if No Man doesn't fall on the anchor!
Oh my god, that's ridiculous from No Man. Spiracy1 jumping over the top, still good for the first, but now needs to come up with so much more. An ace required. The first two already found. But XLG playing together. A team performance and a 3-1 scoreline in the end. A rematch for revenge against Edwards Gaming awaits them tomorrow in the grand finals. But for DRG, a disappointing result considering how much they could have done.
Yeah, obviously on their faces, you can see Vukshu trying to hype them up the work. Just the resiliency they had, right, to fight back from a 9-3, to push maps that were in their favor as far as they did, like this split on overtime. If what they wanted were reps going towards Masters, then they have accomplished that today, getting pushed by Shilai Gaming, a team from their own region. They should be proud as well. Again, I think I can count myself in among them, one of the teams that looked at their group stage run and was like, this is underwhelming. I don't expect a lot from them in playoffs as much as we were hoping, I think, when they debuted this stage. And I think getting that opportunity back on the international stage, that win over All Gamers is their crowning achievement, what they have to look at and focus on as a victory before Masters London. If they look at this defeat, they're going to sell themselves short on the international stage. And again, I think that's the benefit of the best of 5, is you get to work through a lot of the issues that you were having. And we saw that growth. We saw that improvement, that identification of what was going wrong and those live fixes in the server. Honestly, I think they did better than Shilai Gaming did at times. And I think that's what they're really going to have to lean into coming in to an international.
Yeah, but for XLG, again, a team that often struggle when they do reach those international stages. Good reps again. A chance to prove that they do deserve to be among some of the best. We can already see some teams qualifying from other regions as well. Team Vitality and but in terms of EMEA, Full Sense, and Global Esports in Pacific as well, shaping up to be an incredible Masters in London as well. But
gotta finish up the VCT CN region. Tiebreaker tomorrow is going to be amazing between EDG. Group stage playoffs, it does not matter when a trophy is on the line, Charlotte.
Yeah, for sure. We do have an interview ready and waiting though, so we'll send it down to that interview, and BDOS will be on the translation when we get.
XLG 获得了本场比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了Leo选手来接受我们的赛后采访。今天莲华赌城，你的残局1打多的残局真的太精彩了，简直是大心脏般的存在。
Your clutches on Lotus were so good. Yeah, how was like the form going into the match?
对，因为昨天的失利，然后我们今天更努力这样子。
Yeah, he's like we tried really hard because of the loss yesterday. We fought really a lot.
可惜嘛，但是今天打的是非常非常不错的，大比分的领先。昨天回去之后，对于这张地图做出了什么样的总结吗？
我们是
Yeah, what were the conclusions with like a split yesterday?
一些沟通的失误等等。
对，包括当时其实第2分Eco 的翻分，我觉得也是奠定了你们后续得分。
And he says that it was a lot of like small mistakes and like communication.
我说不管了，兄弟们就上。
对，因为大家5个人都是枪男嘛，对于自己的枪法还是非常有自信的。那其实现在解说老师，包括我们的观众朋友都说，觉得Leo的进步非常非常的大，从初登舞台到现在。
So like I want the talent to like note your insane improvement throughout the stage.
我越来越可以胜任这个在团队之中当一个类似于队长的身份吧，对。
对。
And he says that he gets like. I guess like I'm becoming more and more of like a leader type character.
下一个版本其实我们的霓虹是要迎来一定程度的削弱的，以及现
So now they're talking about like the neon nerfs that are coming in the upcoming patch. Yeah, how do you think it will affect the game? And he says that maybe we'll see more of jet arrays.
那明天马上又要跟 EDG 交手了，你有多少信心？
Yeah, how's the confidence like playing against EDG again tomorrow? Oh, he just says one thing. We're ready.
彰显了你们的信心，大家可以再把掌声送给 Leo 以及 XLG 吗？非常谦逊的选手。那么接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a prize draw for the audience.
Lexi.
Always good to hear from Leo. And hey, I mean, it's the IGL especially, but considering the performance that he put in today, especially on that first map of Lotus, like this was such a performance from him in terms of the calling, but then, like we say, from that individual gun skill.
It was definitely a tone setter for the series as a whole. And I think the ending message there as well, saying that they're ready for EDG as well, or Edward Gaming, that grand finals is as well. I think obviously the double ban's going to be rough. I haven't looked really extensively into the EDG pool in recency. I think they have a decent overlap, so I'm not sure if it's going to be that same ban or if they're going to have to address Ascent in the only map they haven't played, or Fracture, their worst map with that one loss and not a lot of reps on it. But you're probably going to have to at least have some prying eyes on one of those two. And again, we saw, I think, what happens when Sheila Gaming is super prepped, super repped on a map like Lotus. We saw what happens when they're a bit scrappier and more reactionary, like Breeze, right? And they looked great on both. And I agree how Leo kind of summed it up. It was small mistakes that added up in terms of them fighting out individualistically. Yes, some timing mishaps here and there that I really, really do want to see cleaned up, because I think they obviously had the firepower to combat that of EDG, right? Happy way. I want to see where he's at after this series in terms of trailing, right? Kong, right? In the KD, in the ACS department, because he had some good maps too, despite the losses. And all in all, I think it's going to be a close series, right? The first time they met, it was a 2-1 in XLG's favor, and then obviously that 0-2 in the upper bracket finals, I think was surprising probably for XLG, because it was 9 and 18 rounds only. But best of 5, when they get their footing, can bounce back. We've seen them get pushed today with 9 threes and all. I think it's bound to be probably one of the closer grand finals we've had. Hopefully.
Oh, for sure. And you talk about these small mistakes that XLG had as well. If they can really shore those up, not just for that grand final, but like you say, for Masters London, there's a lot of teams in that event that maybe don't have the most experienced teams getting there for the first time. This is a real opportunity for XLG to really showcase what they can do on the global stage. But as for today, we will hear how they closed out this last map of Split in team comms.
Oh, 发了一炮，一炮发了。
I got this.
It should be heaven. You got this?
喂，阿斯莫，
I got ulti.
I'm one shot. I'm one shot.
一代。
Maybe no. One more fight.
Nice.
1打2，19大招。哦，没捡到吧？没有捡到的吧？
剩余30秒，剩余10秒。
你是judge？What？
爆能器已部署。
They don't know. 他帮你叫，你可以躲着你。他还有dash吗？他没有dash。
OK。
They have full no info.
15秒才有赢。
好吧，兄弟，
没事，过了。
加油。
6秒赢。没时间了。
没事。No！ 我怎么会有这
？It's a fake。我不跟你讲，兄弟，这个是兄弟，这个是运气，兄弟，这个真的是运气，兄弟。
Nice boys。
你敢信吗，兄弟？这一把我是这样赢的。
It might sound like a wishful afterthought, but as soon as that clutch went through, you felt it shift in the server. It felt like it was going to close in that 3-1. And Lysor now, both in name and feeling and impact, was in fact an MVP of one of those 3-map victories here today. I mean, 92 cast, right? Wasn't that flashy, right? It's not the 300 plus ACS, but you saw the impact he had. Again, the number of clutches he was able to pull out. And again, he was a consistent support element and setup element for this double duelist throughout the entire series today. And yeah, you can just see what he brings to this team.
Yeah, I think because of that 92%, that's maybe 2 rounds like that he didn't have impacted in terms of getting a kill, getting an assist, surviving, or his death being traded if he didn't find a pick in it. So that is a crazy stat line considering this went to 24 rounds. But yeah, what a performance from Lysor. Again, you gotta feel for Vukashu to... because he was, again, the guy showing up for his team, but no one else really was. And I feel like this is a continued story point from the Dragon Ranger gaming side.
Lysor apparently summed up that round win to luck, by the way, in those team comms, the judge and the smokes. But I think it was more, again, we mentioned DRG just taking too much time, letting that dark cover come back up. And I think that was the name of the game, was they just didn't play with the confidence that we expect from this squad as much. And while the performance, the energy was there on stage when they got these multi-kills, you really needed to see it in the times when they were behind. And look at that XLG, we mentioned it, right? They had 10 spike plants on every single map that they won, right? The only time it dipped below was that Haven where they ended up losing it out, right? I will say this time DRG had a higher retake percentage then out of these post plants up against XLG, but again, just... you could see how definitive it was once they actually were getting onto the sites for XLG, and that is the danger for them. And what makes their attack, I think, more impressive than anything is whether it was Sentinel composition on Lotus or even with the double duelist, just their way they hold and frame post plants is so strong. And oh, Vukashu, again, the consistency, the one player you know you can rely upon for DRG time and time again. And I think it is just, how do you get Spirit Z1 and Life to be online more often than they are not? Because especially when you get to the international stage where it's a higher caliber, mechanically speaking, like if they are starting from -5, like it's going to be a very, very difficult time and too much weight, I would argue, for a player like Vukashu to burden, like it was here up against XLG.
Yeah, for sure. Like this is probably the main worry I have for DRG coming into Masters is whether Vukashu can get some backup. As we look at the series overall here, it feels so long ago that we saw that 13-2 on Lotus, but that's what started us out. 13-6 on Breeze, and DRG fight back 13-10 on Haven, and now 13-11 here on Split to close things out. Pearl, unfortunately, not played. DRG just did not quite have enough to take us there.
Yeah, I think there were surprises, though, throughout this lower final, right? I think Breeze was a big one. I don't think we expected XLG to make it that one-sided with their lack of reps, with it being one of the weaker ones in their pool, aside from the maps that were banned out, right, in the beginning of the veto process. And I think I can also say the same for DRG. I think they were I was impressed by their growth on a map like Split, and it still begs the question. I want to see them play that map on the international stage, perhaps, of, okay, were they bad at Split, or was it just because all gamers on EDG are good at Split? And I do think that Split tomorrow then is going to be really, really tested for XLG, since, again, we're running out of maps, I think, for EDG to choose in the veto process up against this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw the key to win there as well, right? I mean, No Man on that KO on Breeze was looking insane.
Looks like a duelist 90% of the time.
How many kills he got with that fragment as well? That shouldn't be happening. That just shouldn't be happening.
I feel like that was just the entire series. Like, so many things happened and we're like, this shouldn't be happening. Like, we got knife kills, we got fragment kills, we got crazy from the shadows clutches. Like, even though there were some one-sided natures at times, like, that was absolute cinema. We got like back-to-back 9-3s attempted. Like, you name something you want to see in an entertaining series, and it was here between these two teams. And whether tomorrow's grand finals are one-sided or not, I'm excited to see, hopefully, what these teams have learned from each other, right, to put VCT China as a region back on the international stage, because I think they have a lot of ground to make up from after Master Santiago and the shortcomings of the representatives there. And again, XLG and the EDG are the two things that you're looking towards who have had success on that global stage prior.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you know, EDG, the most amount of success you can have on that global stage, winning champs back in Seoul 2024. Can you believe that it's, you know, a year and a half ago? Only 2 years ago since we saw that happen. It's crazy. But yeah, looking at that DRG performance, again, we talk about our worries for Masters in terms of can Vukashu get the help? But if he can, this is a team that is potentially very dangerous. And for XLG, we've seen them do damage before, right? They beat Sentinels at Champs last year.
100%. And now that the nerves aren't there anymore, now that they are hardened veterans within the space, I'm excited also, I think, to see, I think now that they've meshed with each other for more than one stage as well, I want to see Leisler back on that in the main stage. Give me that Masters Toronto Wolves level experience. Like, that run is still why I'm a Wolves fan to this day, and they've yet to hit that peak, and it's just heartbreaking to see. I just saw a Twitter post where it's like, Wolves are one of the few teams that have not earned any champs points, and it's like, no, because they've had so many map 3 affairs. But all in all, there's your final results, right? XLG take the series, the lower bracket finals 3-1, leaving DRG in 3rd place for stage 1. But again, tiebreaker tomorrow between this stage, between Edward Gaming and Shilai Gaming. Charlotte, it's been a pleasure to cast the lower bracket finals with you. Another great closeout to the stage, and you're going to be left in some great hands tomorrow with our casters over with Project Horizon. But with that, thank you guys so much for stopping by, showing love to Project Horizon in all forms, sharing streams, stopping by the streams, and we will see you for that that grand finals in Beijing tomorrow.
If you catch my drift. Right next to me, come on.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history,